Good afternoon, everyone. Calling this regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for the Ventura County Community College District to order. And item 102, you have for information our ground rules and our board vision. And Chancellor, under 103, any recommendations of the agenda? For the agenda?
The agenda is as published, no further recommendations.
Thank you. And 104, changes to the agenda? None, you just said. Does anybody have any consent items they wish to be pulled?
I would like to pull 10.07.
Okay. Hearing no others, we'll move forward. We can.
Sure.
Okay, sure.
Sorry. 13.06. No,
Yeah.
those are at,
Is that?
I think it is.
No, that's not consent. So I'm just asking for consent items.
Sorry.
Okay, that's all right. Okay, so that item will be pulled, 1007 will be pulled for discussion. Are there any public comments on, there's no public comments for closed session items, is that correct? It's my understanding. No, okay. All right, so at this time, then the board will move into closed session under two items. One is titled Public Employee Discipline / Dismissal / Release. And the second is a conference with legal counsel under the topic of anticipated litigation. And with that, we are slated to come back into open session at 6:30. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I hate to begin this way by apologizing for a late start, but here we are at least. Thank you for being here, and those of you that have weathered, well, poor choice of words, that have braved the weather to be here in person, thank you, and thank you to those that are watching via Zoom. The board has come out of closed session, and there is nothing to report, and I see right now I skipped 3.01, pledge to the flag. And student trustee, would you please lead us in Pledge of Allegiance?
Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation.
You may be seated.
Thank you. That takes us to public comment. And I have one person here at the meeting that wishes to make public comments. Michael Sheets.
Good evening, Chair Perez, members of the board, Chancellor McLennan. On behalf of the AFT Local 1828, I would like to voice our concerns over the budget criteria and assumptions being presented to the board for approval tonight. Although we are aware that the assumptions being presented are preliminary, we are very concerned that the assumptions offer no discussion of the district's failure to meet the state mandated full-time faculty obligation numbers and their associated penalties. This is information which will impact the district's fiscal operation, and therefore we believe that they must be included in the budget development process. Failure to meet the faculty obligation number raises several concerns, both fiscal and in terms of student success. By the district's own calculation, our past failure to meet the faculty obligation number will result in penalties to the district in the neighborhood of $1 million, which will undoubtedly impact the district's bottom line. In addition, the projected calculations show that the district will again be out of compliance for 2023 unless we do significant full-time hiring. Neither of these facts are mentioned in the current budget assumptions. Recently, the AFT raised this concern with Vice Chancellor El Fattal. In response, we were informed that there were a number of internal and external variables that will likely impact whether we ultimately meet our faculty obligation. While this may be true, if we are out of compliance, then we will face more significant financial penalties, which will undoubtedly impact our fiscal health. As the bargaining unit for the faculty whose future depends on the fiscal health of this district, we believe that having a clear picture of the factors to which Dr. El Fattal refers, as well as the potential consequences of continuing noncompliance we have on the long-term sustainability on the colleges is absolutely necessary. Because the budget criteria and assumptions explicitly provide the board with this type of information, we believe that it must be included in all future revisions, and therefore we ask that the board ask Dr. El Fattal to be transparent with the budget assumptions and provide the board with the very important information in order to be able to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have, for the record, one written public comment. And I believe it's online as well. And it's regarding agenda item 1502 submitted by Allison Case Barton, essentially supporting the proposal to increase funding, increase fees for the student health centers. Is there anyone in the room that does wish to make public comment that hasn't submitted a card? If not, then move to item 4.01, acknowledgement of new employees. And Chancellor McLennan.
My apologies. I'm just making sure I've got my stuff organized. So congratulations to all our new employees who were hired or promoted during the period of February 1st through February the 28th. We have an appointment of an academic personnel full-time, Jennifer Rupert, counseling at Oxnard College. We also have the appointment of classified personnel, Crystal Cisneros Hernandez, financial aid tech at Ventura College. Kirsten Bassi, placement project specialist, Moore Park College. Laura Solis, administrative assistant, Ventura College. Rachel Kelly, student services assistant, Ventura College. Appointment of management, we have Bishoy Elmagarasi, assistant director of facilities, maintenance and operations at Ventura College, and Peter Trick, maintenance and operations supervisor, Oxnard College. Congratulations to our new employees and to those that promoted.
Thank you. Our next item then is 4.02, recognition of Ventura County Community College District retirees. Chancellor.
Let's read that list as well.
So congratulations to our retirees for their many years of service. We have Alwyn Sowers, custodian, Ventura College. He began his district service April 2nd of 2012, and his expected retirement date is April the 3rd of 2023. Michael Abrams, biological sciences, Oxnard College, began his service March 7th of 2001 with an expected retirement date of February 9th, already occurred. And then we also have Sarah Downs, instructional lab technician, Learning Resources Center, Ventura College, began her service October 15th of 2012 with an expected retirement date of March 31st, 2023.
Thank you. And nothing to report under 4.03. I'm sorry. Did everyone hear that? That it was or will be trustee Mantooth's birthday? She didn't say which birthday it would be, but March 17th. So
I thank you for that. And I think it's permissible at my stage in life to refrain from counting. But nonetheless, to continue to recognize these milestones, because as was mentioned to me earlier, and I passed on to one of my colleagues in the room, think about the alternative. So thank you very much. There also was a box. I suspect that there's something in here that is already causing me to gain weight.
Well, happy birthday and many more. Okay. So that brings us then to item 4.04, which could have been under 4.03 as well, because it is an action to endorse the 2023 Ventura County Community College District Classified Employee of the Year nominee for the California Community Colleges Classified Employee of the Year Award. And I'll be moving out to the front there in a moment. So I'd like to put Maria Urenda on notice to please join me when I step up there. But the Board of Trustees acknowledges the District Classified Employee of the Year nominees for 2023. These individuals have earned the commendation of their peers and represent the best of Ventura County Community College District Classified employees. First, congratulations to Karina Harding of the District Administrative Center. Karina is a purchasing specialist, is kind, hardworking, and very approachable. She has a commitment to high performance standards and has a positive outlook when it comes to the leadership role in the purchasing department. She is skilled at organizing others within the work environment, promotes open communication within the department, and is always willing to help and willing to take the extra step. In her nomination, Karina was commended for being a working machine, professional and approachable during a time when the department has faced a major staff reduction that has impacted the department greatly. In addition, Karina promotes a walking group that encourages people at the DAC to get outside and enjoy a nice walk. Probably one of her greater accomplishments. The next one, congratulations go out to Amanda Berwick, Oxnard College Classified Employee of the Year. Amanda Berwick, Placement Project Specialist, is a sharp, critical thinker who is an extremely hard worker. Students describe her as helpful, agreeable, dependable, outgoing, charismatic, and humble. Amanda works to transform the lives of Oxnard College students by offering equitable access to multiple educational and career pathways. As the job placement specialist, she works to understand job trends, build strong relationships with community partners, and cares deeply about the success of students. She has worked to develop a student worker job fair and map out a new paid student internship program. Under Amanda's leadership, the campus has annually hosted over 70 employers interested in recruiting OC students, 4 student worker job fairs, the LA Rams HR director, and the Port of Hueneme. When she works with students, she sees them as a whole and learns a little bit about who they are and what their goals are, while balancing their other personal, educational, and professional commitments. In addition, she goes out of her way to ensure that students have access to needed information and connects them with resources such as Basic Needs, Student Health Office, EAC, EOPS, and others. Amanda has been working with industry partners to create hands-on learning internship opportunities and has been tirelessly creating new innovative programming to support student needs. Congratulations also to Jordan Gable, Ventura College, Goebel, I apologize. Ventura College Classified Employee of the Year. Jordan Goebel, Information Technology Support Specialist 2, treats everyone he meets with respect and courtesy. With a ready smile and how you doing, Jordan is described as one of the most genuine, honest, and gentle souls around. He works tirelessly for Ventura College and is dedicated to student access, success, and the best possible campus technology operations. His commitment to VC's campus community is unparalleled, and he is integral to the success of the college's IT operations. Jordan truly believes that students come first, and everything he does is focused on student success. As a contributing member of the graduation committee, Jordan's ingenuity has been integral in serving the college's diverse population for the graduation ceremonies. He proposed, coordinated, and managed the Eventbrite ticketing system, which streamlined the process and made it easier for graduates' families and friends to attend and celebrate their graduate scholastic achievements. Outside of work, he volunteers at his church and manages all of their technology needs. As youth director for the church, Jordan recently took a group of 15 on a trip to the Sequoia National Forest and often uses his vacation time to travel to other countries and build homes for those in need. That's fantastic. The last nominee, Deborah Brackley, Moorpark College. Deborah, AKA Deb Brackley, Tutoring and Supplemental Support Supervisor, is described as empathetic, positive, outgoing, strong, and professional at all times. She has an unparalleled work ethic and commitment to excellence and completely focused on doing the best she can do for the TLC and the college as a whole. She goes above and beyond to ensure the tutoring center has the proper resources so that all students can be successful. She is said to have an amazing ability to make each student feel important and known, meaning if they stopped coming to school or attending to their studies, they would be missed. Deb is also very involved in the campus community, collaborating with the library staff, the first, second year experience programs, chess, STEM Impacto, Access, and athletics. She uses the resources of the tutoring center to support these programs and also finds opportunities where they can support equity work. Deb also collaborated with a colleague to create an African-American athlete study hall. She wrote culturally competent outcomes for tutors and created a cultural competence component to the tutoring training, co-led the college's social justice work group, and created and delivered a presentation during Flex Week training for staff, faculty, students, and administrators. And I would ask at this time, Medea, to join me up front. And due to the weather and people's concern for their health and safety and welfare of that of their family and their property, I don't think we have everyone here and present tonight. So we will be looking forward to having a more formal celebration possibly next month. So. All right. Okay. Oh. My apologies. Jordan is here with us. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So first I mispronounced his name, and then I miss seeing him here tonight. So ordinarily we would have plaques for all the nominees, but as I mentioned, we'll have a more formal event, weather permitting, and hopefully it will permit next month. But at this time, and I didn't watch the Oscars. I'm not a big Oscar fan, but I do know that they have this envelope thing. So I thought it was timely to change things up a little bit. And you have the script, or you can read from there.
Okay. This is quite an honor for us to have classified recognized. So I want to say thank you to the board for that. And Jordan, thank you for being here. And of course, I know the other nominees would want to be here as well. So I'm going to announce the 2023 VCCCD Classified Employee of the Year. And, you know, for suspense purposes, and that is Deborah Brackley from Moorpark College.
Moorpark College. Congratulations, Deborah. And thank you, Maria and Jordan. Again, thank you for being here. And thank you for all your work that has earned you the nomination.
Sure.
Follow suit.
Jordan, congratulations. I mean, it's such an honor to be able to hear of the tremendous and beautiful work that you do for our students at Ventura College. On a rainy day schedule, you are dressed sharp. Like I am looking like, and so just the presence, the elegance, just representing just the work you do for our students and being here as you're listening to this recognition means the world really to us. And thank you for everything that you do. There's this joy, there's this smile on your face. I can see why you were chosen. It just radiates that joy. And so I just wanted to let you know that I can see it. And thank you for being here. Thank you for everything that you do. And I know that I'm sure I have our colleagues that maybe want to share a couple of words because it's such a treat to be able to have you here with us tonight.
Trustee Chancellor, care up. And anybody else just jump in right after Josh.
Just thank you for all that you do for our district, and it's great to see you here tonight. Thank you.
All right. That's it. You know what? Pardon my manners. Would you like to say anything, Jordan? You can go to the mic back there. Yes, make sure it's on.
So like I said, I love working with all the students. The students are what I love helping everyone. I love a good problem. So I mean, just trying to help the students and try to work with them and try to come up with awesome solutions is what I love doing. So that's just how I am. I just love helping people. So, and with that, I mean, it's not just helping people, it's finding creative solutions. So, and how to make solutions work for everyone. So that's how I think of everything. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, that takes us to our Senate consultation items 5.01 Academic Senate President's Consultation. Ladies first, Oxnard College.
Hello? Is it on?
Yes.
I've never said that before. I have no consultation for tonight. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. First time for everything, I guess. Moorpark College.
Good evening, trustees, chancellor, and distinguished guest. Thank you as always for the opportunity to comment on agenda items. So first 4.04, I can't help but congratulations for the much deserved recognition for the classified professionals of the year. There really is no class without classified. Special congratulations to Deborah Brackley. She really embodies the students' first philosophy. Do have the opportunity to work with her regularly. So much deserved honor. Pretty excited for opportunity at the state level. Section 13 contains quite a few board policies. We promised they would be coming, and guess what? We're delivered. Finally, it took us a while, but we're slowly but surely delivering on that promise. They've all been vetted through our inclusive participatory governance process. There is considerable more work to be done, updating policies, so more to come, and administrative procedures, of course. 15.03, 4, and 5, the budget criteria and assumptions, budget allocation model, and the infrastructure funding model. These have all likewise benefited from robust discussion and refinement at the District Council on Administrative Services as part of our participatory governance process. Thank you. I do believe Dan is online.
And thank you for remembering what I said last month. Help me out. It was on the screen. Not just you, everybody. But I do see him now in large. Welcome, Dan. Ventura
Hopefully
College.
not too large. Can you hear me?
Larger than life.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Perez, Chair Perez. Just a couple things echoing some of what Eric said. I'll consult on items 13.01 through 0.16, whopping 16 board policies. These have undergone revisions by district councils and their work groups. So this is continuing the final push to make our review cycle deadline for all APs and BPs in the district by the end of this semester. So we're going to make that deadline, but as Eric alluded to, there will be more coming in addition to today's tranche. For 14.02, I'd like to urge support for the board resolution 2023-02, preserving lifelong learning. The new CalGETSI standard that's being considered by ICAS, the group across the community colleges, the universities, and the Cal States, is set to remove the lifelong learning component, which would be a disservice to our students and to the areas that would be impacted negatively through enrollment. So I urge support of the board resolution. And then 15.03 through 15.05, another different set of things that have gone through the full participatory governance process. We're going to be entering year 3 of the transition to an allocation model that more closely aligns with student-centered funding formula. So this and the budget criteria and the infrastructure model, these have all undergone discussion at the District Council on Administrative Services and at Administrative Services board committees. So I urge support of those as well. That's my consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 502, Classified Senate. DAC.
All right, thank you. Good evening. So it is just me tonight, but just 3 items here. First off, item 4.04, classified employee of the year. Just extend congratulations to all 4 of our nominees, Karina, Amanda, Jordan, and Deborah. Excuse me, I think I said that wrong. No, Deborah. Congratulations, very well deserved, all four of them. Item 6.05, the classified center reports. I don't have a report and neither of my colleagues who are here tonight, so we can skip that item when we get to that. And then 12.03, classified at the DAC approved the recommendation to approve, they give a recommendation, sorry, to approve appointment of a position for financial aid data specialist here at the DAC. That's all I have for consultation items. Thank you.
Thank you. And like I've said before, I can't quite see the people on the screen. Is there any other classified Senate online? No one else? All right, thank you. Brings us to reports. And I'm sorry, under reports, we are moving up, and apologies to the presidents. We're moving up items 1801, 02, and 03 to follow 6.07 board committee reports. But that brings us to 601, college associated student government reports. I see Moore Park College, thank you. And we do have benefit of your written report as well. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, Oxnard College is online after me.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. First, I'd like to begin with comments on the agenda items. 15.01, ASMC had a formal discussion regarding the increase in parking fees, and the notes from that meeting are attached in the written report. 15.02, we had a discussion regarding increase in health fees as well. Student Health Center has been an amazing help to all students, and we fully support the increase. Now I'd like to mention our updates. We adopted the Title IX resolution last week, and the resolution calls upon the administration to strengthen AP 3434 and AP 3540. Finally, we request the district to hire staff to support our growing student-run sports clubs. For a sport to be recognized as an intercollegiate sport, it has to start as a student club. We have a growing demand for sport clubs, and it would be a great support if a full-time staff can be hired to oversee the clubs and accompany them at practices and competitions. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. And I understand we have Oxnard College, ASG on the line. Are you ready?
Hi,
Hello.
good evening, Board of Trustees, Chancellor, and Student Trustee. First, I would like to start off with 12.02. We hope you'll approve the request for a Student Health Center Assistant at Oxnard College. 15.01, the Associate Students at Oxnard College had a discussion and voted on the proposed increase on parking fees. The vote was unanimously against the proposed increase. While we understand the importance of police services, it doesn't get to the root of addressing the ongoing budget shortfalls noted in the analysis. Oxnard College students also live in an area with a high cost of living, and any increased cost has an impact. We instead are in support of increase of no more than $6. 15.02, the associate students agree with the increase of the health center fees due to the need of mental health services. Supporting mental health needs of students is critical to the success of students. Thank you for making sure that the student voice is heard. Currently, the associate students are getting ready for our DC advocacy trip. We are so excited to be able to represent VCCCD in advocating for students' issues. We are also preparing for an annual General Assembly of the Student Senate of California Community Colleges. At this event, we'll vote on resolutions in support of students throughout California. Finally, we are continuing to have conversations about the proposed changes to the Participatory Governance Manual. We are working hard to ensure that the needs of the students are front and center in decision-making at Oxnard College. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time as well. I'm sorry. Okay. Ventura College.
Hello, sir. So our president is actually on the line. Her name is Jessica Escobar. Would you be able to unmute her?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jessica Flores Esquivel. I'm the ASBC president. We did have talk about the 15.5 as well as the 15.2 regarding the fee service, health fee service increase. We are in favor of it. Regarding the parking increase, we want to know a little more about how the funds are going to be implemented. So there's a little more of transparency and where is going to be allocated. Since right now we are in really need of mental health services, we want to see if there's like any access that we can help the health center along with it. We also review our bylaws and constitution, and we already did the third review. So that's as we have so far. Also, there's a lot of club activity. So far, we have 20 proposals that we're still reviewing, and that's the end of my report.
Thank you. Thank you. Student trustee, item 602, your report.
Most of my comments are going to pertain to 1501, 1502, so I'll wait till then. I will say, just a little heads up, 1501 is here and there on people's views, but 1502, it seems general support for that. Other than that, I don't have a report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. 603, AFT report. Is that Michael again?
It is. Good evening. We're continually working with the district to finish up the final editing of the ratified TA. And we're looking forward to meeting with the district later this week to get that wrapped up. Other than that, we have nothing to report.
Thank you for that report. 604, SEIU report. Maria?
Good evening, members of the board and Chancellor McLennan. SEIU is once again very appreciative of having the agenda item 4.04, recognizing classified and action to endorse the 2023 VCCCD Classified Employee of the Year. We want to once again just read off the names to acknowledge them. Karina Harding from the District Administrative Center, Amanda Berwick, Oxnard College, Jordan Goebel, Ventura College, Deborah Brackley, Moore Park College. And of course, best of luck, Deborah, being named and to be considered for the statewide Classified Employee of the Year. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Item 605, classified Senate report. Pardon? Okay. No Senate reports at all, I guess. Okay. Academic Senate. Start with Ventura College. Dan, are you still there?
I am. I have three quick things. First off, on March 8th, Ventura College had an informative session on dual enrollment opportunities and challenges. This was led by Dean Jesus Vega. Faculty remain interested in learning more about these opportunities. Second, plans are underway for Ventura College's April 14th Education Master Plan Retreat. We'll be presenting data on our prior EMP as well as leading activities to gain broad campus input for forming our goals for the new Education Master Plan. And then third, the Academic Senate has formed a task force on the vision for Ventura College's East Campus from a faculty perspective. We're working on a resolution in support of our East Campus and recommending best practices for selection of courses and programs to be offered at our East Campus. Once the resolution is approved by the Senate Council, I'll present this resolution to you at a future board meeting, so stay tuned for that at the earliest at our next meeting.
Thank you. You anticipated my question of a timeline. Moore Park College.
Good evening again. So much going on. Beyond the written report, I'll just say today we had for accreditation, the ACCJC meet and greet and the town hall. It's been an eventful day already. Accreditation is certainly becoming much more real as these things move forward. And the accreditation team is working on our core inquiries that we hope to have late next week, we were told during the visit. I only comment on one other item. It's Women's Her Story Month, which is what we called it more for our college. The events are ongoing throughout the month. We have presentations by authors, roundtable discussions, panel discussion, and a talk on historical views on women's sexuality, motherhood, and women's reproductive rights. Those are just some of the offerings, and all are welcome.
Thank you, Oxnard College.
Good evening, Chancellor, trustees, guests, and colleagues. I'd like to start first by thanking Trustee Mantooth for his visit to the Oxnard College Academic Senate yesterday and staying the entire time and welcoming us back for our first in-person meeting after 3 years. It was wonderful to see everybody and to have one of our trustees visit us. Thank you so much. The Oxnard College Academic Senate engaged in ranking and ratifying the faculty resource requests. These were then sent to a special college planning committee meeting where all resource requests for the college were ratified. The Oxnard College elections have concluded, and I am proud and happy to announce the incoming president will be Dolores Ortiz. I think she will be amazing, and I'm looking forward to working with her in the coming months. I would like to welcome Jennifer Rupert, DSPS counselor, new counselor. Welcome, Jennifer. I know you're going to be wonderful in your job. Congratulations to all the OC retirees, and thank you for your years of service. As far as participatory governance, the committees are meeting and engaging in their work. One example of this is that our Student Equity and Success Committee continues to work on the excellent equity statement and definition and has brought this back to the Academic Senate and the ASG for further feedback. At the 227 Academic Senate meeting at Oxnard College, the Academic Senate voted to send revisions to the OCPG manual forward to CPC. I am very grateful for working with the ASG and the Classified Senate and listening to their public comments during public comment. I am grateful for their perspective and dissenting voices because this is a part of a growing conversation that is very important. I believe that we are stronger when we work together. So I am very grateful for hearing their voices. I am grateful to have been invited to the Classified Senate and to the ASG, and I will work with them as many times as they will invite me. The Academic Senate will continue its discussion on the PG manual as it will be in its first reading at the College Planning Council. Our faculty spotlight this evening is our part-time librarian, Brian Thompson. Oh my gosh, sorry, Brian. I think I just blacked out on your last name because I'm nervous. And Brian has a wonderful career. He's worked part-time at all 3 colleges in the district since '93. He began in Maui. He's worked at American Samoa Community College, at the Naval Postgraduate School in Monterey, and now we're very fortunate to have him at Oxnard College. And I would like to step outside of my role as Academic Senate President for a moment and speak as a faculty member about my classified professional colleagues and congratulate each of them on their nominations. Amanda Berwick, who I have the great good fortune of working with closely and who I have great admiration and respect for, and I always learn from her, and I'm grateful for her contributions to our college and working with our students. Karina, Jordan, and Deb, congrats to all of you. I know that you must be wonderful people to work with. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Takes us to 607 board committee reports, and we'll begin with the administrative service. Pardon? Yeah. Trustee Torres.
So you have the notes in front of you. And so we had a really good discussion. Our meeting was about 2 hours long. And in it actually was Trustee Mantooth and I really wanted to also hear perspective from the students when it came to parking fees and also the health center fees. So we're really happy to be able to have heard from students this evening. We did discuss and wanted to bring it to the full board, the areas of the budget, assumptions, just because we discussed it for us, we got really good information, but we knew that this is something of interest to the entire board. So we wanted to move it forward for discussion. There was there was a discussion regarding a particular position, and that was decided that from Ms. Laura to be able to just remove that, and it'll come back later to the board, but you have the notes there to be able to see that as well. We also moved to have the infrastructure funding model be brought to us for discussion as an entire board to see in terms of what it is that we want to do with the model. Do we want to maintain it as it currently is? Is there an interest to have it stop for a year, and just to be able to engage in that conversation, because at this moment we are looking at moving forward with our budget. What is that going to look like? We also looked at our student funding model and just district resource budget allocation model. How does it work? What's the impact? One of the really good conversations was looking at, now that there's courses online, how do students determine which one is their college of residence? Because with courses online, you might have a student who at one point might have said, my home school is Ventura, but now I'm taking all my courses at Moore Park College online. And so how does that look like? Because when the allocation model was designed, it was previous of having such heavy online. The other thing we looked at is in terms of projecting FTEs, what does it look like in recruitment for our budget? And just having discussions within our different departments, the enrollment, the district enrollment committee from the budget, because they're all intertwined. And so and just having a general understanding of how do they come together once we're going to look at a budget, and having conversations from our different colleges. We also asked the question, how does the student participation, how is it reflected within the participatory governance process within our colleges and at the district office? And when we're looking at different proposals, when we're looking at just various things, how do we know in terms of our student body and how were they involved? And it was really great to hear right now. I think one of our might have been Ventura, where they said they wanted to work a little bit more. And I know if it's Ventura, but definitely I heard it from a student wanting themselves to find out a little bit more about their involvement in the participatory governance process. So that was really nice to be able to hear, because that really took a lot of our conversation. And pretty much everything else that you see here. Well, just one last thing. I think we looked at the action to approve board policy compensation. You're going to see there some language that's from the CCLC. And in those minutes, and when we get to that item, I'll share my perspective in terms of including that. This went through one of the committees, and the committee decided that that area was not going to be included in the board policy. And one of the things I mentioned in the committee was that these are our board policies as a board. And so most certainly it goes through a participatory governance process to make it inclusive and have everybody be part of the process. But nonetheless, when it comes to us, this is our one area in policy that belongs to us. The district will then follow their administrative procedures, which is the operational component. So as we looked at our board policies, we really talked about these are the ones that we really do have an opportunity to include what we believe is going to help us lead in terms of an equity lens. And anything else that I might be missing, Trustee Mantu? And that's it for our report.
All right, thank you. The past committee, Trustee Lichtel.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The Planning, Accreditation and Student Success Committee met on Tuesday, the 28th of February in a hybrid format with Chair Perez subbing for Mr. Chancellor and myself attending here in person. The committee was updated regarding our accreditation process as we prepare for the September 2023 visitation. And on behalf of the Board of Trustees, I'd like to thank all the individuals throughout our system that are engulfed and engaged in the accreditation process and making sure that this very important process has a positive outcome for our entire district. So thank you to all that are involved. The committee also considered 8 board policies that included recommended revisions from the Community College League of California, on which one was recommended for retirement. All 8 of the policies that came forward were approved by the past committee. And the reason for the retirement is that there's a separate board policy that supersedes the one that's being retired, which is 2425. 3 were brought forward with revisions. And again, those are recommendations from the Community College League of California. Items 13.05 and 13.06 are on tonight's agenda. Are BPs that need to be reaffirmed as they've been in existence as they stand right now for, I understand, for 5 years or more. And lastly, There are two board policies that are listed, number 13.04, 13.08, that are recommended for adoption. Each board policy was considered individually with the opportunity for committee members to ask questions. And we did receive those answers, not only during our meeting, but beyond after that meeting, in order to help us with our decisions tonight.
All right, thank you. And good work by both committees. And as I mentioned earlier, the early portion of our open session of tonight's meeting, under agenda change, we moved items 1801, 02, and 03, which are the president's reports, to follow the item just concluded. And I'll start with Moore Park College.
Chancellor, Trustees, John Forbes, Vice President of Academic Affairs, sitting in for Julia Sokanu, President. So you have the report in front of you. I know it came a little bit late, but we're happy that you have full color and all these amazing things. So I want to draw your attention to a few different items. Number one, the very front page is all about athletics, but about not what they win on the field, but how they're doing in the classroom. And so proud to say that 7 of our 10 teams have above a 3.0 average GPA. Our classified professional of the year, Deb Brackley, has a big part to do with that in terms of how she interacts and connects with athletics and tutorial. So that's a really neat connection that we had just this evening. Also featured in the highlights there, our forensics team. An update compared to what you have there in print is that 15 of the 18 members of that team are first year or first semester students with Moore Park College. And they were the ones that recently took first place at the Southwest Regional Competition. Just this last weekend, we took 4th overall in the state, and 14 of those 18 all qualified to nationals and will go to Washington, D.C. in a couple of weeks. Fortunately, you get a chance to see them, and this is in your handout there. March 27th and 28th at 7:30 p.m. They're showing off what they do. And so it's a showcase that you're invited to come and check out. If you want to get an indicator of how good our future is in terms of being in the hands of these amazing students, come on by. We also are opening up the Tempest performance at our the Performing Arts Center. There is a reception Thursday night for alumni and the foundation and other college sponsors. So we'll be hosting that in just a couple nights. Secondly, want to highlight our amazing faculty, which you can see in a couple different pages in your handout. In addition to what you saw there, we had a presentation at the Amend conference, and we had that Ghana presentation just a couple of months ago right here. And so they then showcased at the Amend conference for all of California and even the nation, the impact that had. And so we're really proud of that piece. The other thing in your insights handout that you want to take a note of is the involvement that we've had in what's called the Open for Anti-Racism OER project. And so it's not just that we're developing up open educational resources, but that there's a very specific lens for anti-racism within those materials that our faculty are developing up. So as already mentioned, thirdly, that our team is walking through the accreditation cycle. So I have to say a big thank you to Chancellor McLennan and the rest of the cabinet that came to our meet and greet today. I think we let it off. I think that my colleagues here have meet and greets the rest of this week. And so it went well. And I can report back that we also had our public forum where we had a number of students step forward and just tell their stories. And that's always really an energizing activity as part of like you writing, a 500-page ICER, but to hear the stories of how that impacts was really heartwarming. So, and then finally, we're excited about enrollments. We've turned our attention right now to outreach and registration efforts for summer and then into fall. Like we're always looking probably 6 to 8 months in advance. So we worked really hard between creating a schedule that doesn't change on students last minute. And so I think we're at a spot where we're starting to build that reputation where if we're going to run a class in person that we don't cancel it, even if it's a little bit lower enrolled. We're monitoring things day to day. I'm personally aware I get passionate about this because this is what I do all the time, but really working with our chairs and our deans specifically about the types of classes that we need. And so we anticipate that this summer will be like any other summer we've ever had, because we've never been 3 semesters out of a COVID shutdown. And so we're looking to see how can we bring back as much in person, while also continuing to keep our enrollments where we know if we don't have seats online that our students will go somewhere else. And so working really hard at all of that. Our annual strategic planning retreat is a week from Friday. So March 24th, our whole college gets together and we go over our annual work plan and look at our gaps and analysis based on the metrics that we decided on. This is the end of our cycle of our strategic plan. So next year we'll be moving into the Moore Park College's next round of strategic planning, where we'll be setting the new metrics and benchmarks at that point. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Oxnard College.
Good evening. It's wonderful to see you. I want to also share some updates from the report. I'm going to highlight a few areas. First of all, I'm delighted to report that we have 23 out of 28 high school seniors who are part of our Oxnard College Middle College High School are on track to earn a degree or certificate this spring semester. So we're very proud of our Middle College High School. They're doing an amazing job and the school continues to grow. So good kudos to the principal and the staff at Middle College High School and their collaboration with Oxnard College. I also want to recognize Graciela Casillas, who was recently recognized by Senator Monique Limon as Woman of the Year for Senate District 19. And Graciela is a retired faculty member at Oxnard College. She continues to do some part-time hours at Oxnard College, and she just had a profound impact on our community. Former martial artist, former national kickboxing champion, and she's parlayed that skill into really developing skills among women in self-defense and self-confidence. And she's even written a book called The Lioness Within, a Woman's Self-Defense Survival Guide in 2018, and which received rave reviews. So congratulations to Graciela for her amazing work out in the community and the recognition. I'm also proud to report that we sent 25 OC employees, faculty, classified administrators, and the students to the AHASI conference in San Francisco. And you'll notice some folks missing today. AHASI is the Alliance for Hispanic Serving Institutions and Educators. And this really aligns with our mission as an institution to become a Hispanic serving institution and have more intentional services to reach our community and better support their needs. So this is a great way for us to continue to learn and evolve as an institution. I also wanted to provide a brief update. We also have our meet and greet with our ACC-JC accreditation team on Friday at 1 p.m. And this is just a great opportunity to connect with them, for them, our campus, to get to know the visiting team. We also created a video for them to really showcase our amazing institution. And I will share that with the chancellor to get that to our board members as well. And I believe Moore Park and Ventura will be doing the same. Thursday, we have a climate presentation as part of our OC Live. Professor James Danza, an amazing faculty member, and he does a very highly interactive session on climate change. It kind of breaks your heart because you see the impact on our local community with some of the climate change issues in our state and nation. And then I also want to recognize our chancellor, who will be participating in our outdoor volleyball tournament. This is something we're doing with students and employees. And he's joined a team, and I'm not sure if I plan to join a team, but I will be up there rooting for them. And just I want to provide just a very brief update on housing. As you may be aware, Oxnard College submitted a request for housing, student housing, very similar to Ventura College. And the State Chancellor's Office today released a list of 22-23 affordable student housing project list and scores. Out of 22 application, Oxnard College scored mid around 13. So this may put us out of reach for funding. It's very unfortunate, but we're still hopeful that there'll be enough funds to support Oxnard College the state will allocate approximately 534 million in affordable student housing. And that is it. Thank you so much to Trustee Mantooth for attending or visiting Oxnard College this week as well. Thank you.
Ventura College. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Very good to be here safely this evening with all the rains. I again want to congratulate Jordan Goebel. He is, just like he presented tonight, just such a shining star at Ventura College. So congratulations to him and to all the classified employees that help make our colleges so successful. Also with athletics, as you probably heard us talk about previously, those students as their cohorts tend to do very well academically, but we have two of our one sport and one individual player that will be recognized by the California Community Colleges Athletic Association at an achievement awards banquet on March 29th. And first, it's our women's soccer team. They've been selected as the 3C2A, which is the Athletic Association Scholar Team recipient for achievement, and it's the entire team, and it's a very prestigious award. Also, we have Talitha Draper, a VC women's basketball player who's selected by the Community College Counselor Advisor Academic Association for the same organization, and it is one of their most prestigious awards, and she's also going to be there and receive this. So I'm excited for her and our athletes. Accreditation, you've heard a lot about it. It's on our mind. This week, we have our forum on Thursday night from 5 to 6 p.m. And we hope that anybody who's interested in coming, both internal and external constituents, will be there to make comments about Ventura College. Then we have our writing team, and I want to also thank them. Thank you, Trustee Lichtel, for recognizing all the hard work that goes into accreditation. And the ACCJC accreditation team will be meeting with them on Friday morning from 9 to 10 o'clock. Then the team itself will be meeting virtually on March 24th, and this is when they'll compile what they call their core inquiries. And core inquiries aren't necessarily good or bad. It's really just areas where they need more information. And because of the way this new cycle is, where you have your core inquiries and then they're not coming out till the end of September for an in-person site visit, it gives us an opportunity to gather additional information for them, additional evidence, and even making some small tweaks to if there are processes that maybe aren't as clear as they need to be or could be. So I'm excited about accreditation. I really see it as an opportunity for our institutions to continue to improve the services for our students. We are starting our Pirate Days this week on Thursday. So almost every Thursday from now till almost the end of the semester, we have 24 schools and almost 900 students that will be on campus. These are high school students that have applied to Ventura College. They're learning more about what we have to offer, and they'll be meeting with counselors, figuring out their schedule for next year. They'll be meeting with financial aid, figuring how they can pay for their schedule for next year, and just really learning about all the services and everything we have to offer them. So that's really exciting. We also have been spending lots of time trying to be strategic as we've come out of COVID. Our past planning and enrollment strategies have had to change and adapt as we've had to change as an institution. We really have extensive marketing efforts. We've had lots of campaigns in both English and Spanish on the radio, on streaming devices, and on social media platforms. Our outreach team if you look at their schedule, it's extremely busy. They've been going out to everywhere and trying to tell students the good news and what's going on at Ventura College. We're sending our seniors of our local feeder high schools letters of congratulations and welcome, and you're admitted to Ventura College. We also been working hard on our schedule. The May starts summer schedule. We've actually doubled our classes, especially for in-person. These traditionally are our existing students that want to take those 4-week classes, but we're adding more of critical in-person classes such as English, math. We've got our nursing assistants and comp studies, but we have really increased the numbers for that May start. We also have our June, July start classes that are sought after by our own students, as well as the local high schools and university students come back and take those. We've increased those classes compared to last year by 15%. The fill rates last year for our in-person classes were 66% compared to the 90% of the fill rate in our online classes. But I'm hoping now that we're past the pandemic more and more, that those in-person classes, as we know our students needed, will have better enrollments. We're constantly monitoring the schedule, making adjustments as needed so we can best serve our students. Finally, just a couple other things, or maybe 3 other things, as we had a captain's chat on March 8th where we discussed student housing and dual enrollment. There is a little blurb about those in my written newsletter. We also, for anybody who's interested on campus and some strategic groups like our facilities maintenance operation, we're having Narcan training so that they know how to administer Narcan if we do have any of our students or anyone that maybe overdoses, and so that we can hopefully save lives that way. And then we have an employee appreciation event on March 16th, and it's thanks a latte, and we're providing lattes for our employees. So that's all I have for tonight. Thank you so much for hearing about Ventura College.
Thank you. And thank you for including, as well as Oscar, in your comments, the little update on the housing projects. And John, I understand you might be under a little disadvantage, but Julia's absent. Yes, that's good. Yes. Okay. No, this is just their report. When we have a specific item. Okay. Okay, and I made a note too, because I thought that was going to be regularly included, but go ahead. If you have a quick question, just, yeah.
So I'm looking at the area of the major board initiative for Oxnard College, and one of the things that was an interest in just an update in terms of how things are going. I think when the was granted, I think it's been about 1.5 years maybe. So we wanted to get an update of how things are going, the enrollment. And I was reading here, and it seems like there's some classes that are taking place at Cal Lutheran, the satellite campus. Some new ones at the Ventura County Community Foundation. Is there some also taking place with the Rio School District?
No, they're not part of the major initiatives.
Okay, so, okay. The reason I asked is because I happened to see some parents at the equity conference, and they just came over and just said, we want to tell you how much we love our classes and they're great. And so I was wondering if it was PACE, if it was something different. I'm sorry, major initiative or something different. Now I'm reading here that the majority of the classes are either offer 100% online or in a hybrid format. So I'm curious to know a little bit more, just because I'm trying to understand, because if it's online, it's something that they could have taken at the regular college as opposed to.
All our PACE classes at this time are all in person.
Okay, they're all in person. Okay. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And PACE is part of the major initiative.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I was just going off here in the report. I said, I'm going to go ahead and ask. So, okay. And then we have a total of how many students total? I think I saw there's 108 students. And then that's at the Cal Lutheran Oxnard Satellite Campus. And then we just started in Camarillo, right?
Correct. Yeah,
So is it a total of 108 that we're serving?
Yeah, and I'll have Luis give an update, but yeah, we are offering classes at the Ventura County Foundation office, which is directly across the street from Camarillo High School. So we're able to attract those students after school and community members. So it's a great location to offer some college courses.
Some college courses. Okay. Is this at the level that you are happy with? Are you anticipating like growth? I know it's been a while, and I know that this was 1.5 years ago. We haven't had an update, so there could be a lot of just different things that came your way.
we plan to continue to grow the courses. Luis, do you want to give a quick update?
Testing. Your question was about VCCF, correct? About the classes that we're offering there, or just in general about PACE?
The question was in terms of the growth and the courses. So the courses, the major initiative was, the intent of the major initiative was to provide almost like that seed money to Oxnard College in order to increase enrollment and attendance in some of the areas that were at the college identified that were needed. And so I know there's a total of 108 students. And I believe that the decision was made with the hope of everything starting January of maybe 2022. When did we approve it? Was it 21, I believe it was. I think it was that fall of 21 with the hope of everything starting January of 22. And so it's been about a year since the money was allocated. So I'm wondering, there's 108 students. Is there plans or what the plan looks like? And if you don't have one right now, that's okay. But I'm interested in knowing what does it look like? And in terms of your enrollment, especially because I'm hearing so much online. And I know that part of it was there's this need, and a lot of people are still mentioning the need for in-person.
Right.
And if it's online, they can just take the courses at the regular college, but this is kind of more intended to be something different. So that's the piece where I wanted just more information.
Sure.
And if you have an answer, if you don't, maybe that there could be something specific that then the college comes and presents. But these are just kind of some startup questions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can address those. So the funding was allocated in January, but we weren't able to start the program officially until fall of 22. That's when we were able to kick off the program in PACE. And we started with an MOU with Cal Lutheran University Satellite Campus in Oxnard. And that was our first step, was just starting to find a location for the classes. And it was at CLU. We started with 8 classes. We've increased that to 9 this semester. So we are growing slowly but surely. And in addition to the classes at CLU Satellite Campus, we also started offering classes as part of the PACE program, because in order to complete the PACE program, you will need to take some general education courses. So we're offering some of those general education courses at the Ventura County Community Foundation. So in addition to the classes that we offered at the Cal Lutheran Satellite, we've now also grown to offer classes at the Ventura County Community Foundation campus as well. So we are growing, and we expect to grow more. We just reached out to our Cal Lutheran partners to see if we can expand our use of facilities in the satellite campus. So we're currently only using 2 classrooms, and we hope to use a 3rd so we can start offering additional classes. And the reason that we mentioned online is because a lot of our PACE classes are shorter term classes than the 18 weeks. So when it's an 18-week class, we can just have all in person, all contact hours. However, when we shorten the term length, then we have to add hours by arrangement, which is online. So we have to advertise it as such, partially online, which is partially in person with online hours of arrangement. All right, you got it.
So moved.
Second.
Begin with an apology, because normally I try to get these questions answered before the meeting occurs, but I was a little late in getting to this part of the agenda. The agenda and 10.07 has to do with an amendment to an existing lease agreement. And I was just curious about 2 things that confused me. One has to do with a 3% increase on the anniversary date of the agreement, and they use the term annual. Does that mean that there will be a 3% increase each year or a 3% increase to the revenue at the beginning of each term renewal, which is every 5 years?
Each year.
Very good. Thank you. The second question was in the analysis, it indicates that the district has the right to terminate the agreement by providing at least a 30-day written notice prior to the commencement of each one of the renewal terms. And recognizing that the district is the landlord and the lessee is the tenant, in the actual language, it gives the tenant the right to the 30-day notice and does not mention the landlord having reciprocal rights. Is that included in the master lease or the original lease? So it didn't need to be included here, or was that just a little mix-up?
I believe that was in the master, but I will double check that and make sure if it's not, that it will get adjusted in here in a final contract.
Thank you. That's why those are my clarification questions.
Thank you.
And with that, I'm happy to make a motion for approval based upon the response from Dr. El Fattal.
I also had some questions and concerns. So I can. Yeah, I submitted some questions on Friday on this item, and upon looking at the map of where this structure is, it seems to be right up against where the proposed student housing will be. So that's concerning to me in a sense that I don't know if these two projects have communicated with each other and there's any safety concerns or aesthetics or visualization things. So I'm just curious if some movement of this structure will be needed once the student housing is built.
I think that the campus that has looked at where they would like the housing and the folks that have done the CEQA exemption, et cetera, they know that it's there. So I am not aware of a discussion about moving the tower. I also will say these towers exist all over the place. Well, actually, we have 4 of them, 2 at the VC campus, 2 at OC campus. There have been questions when towers first came about in the 80s, which I think have all been put to bed about the transmission and et cetera and so on. So I'm not familiar or aware with anything that has come up about moving the tower.
Okay, I'm just concerned that if we build a building or if we we eventually build it and that's where it's going to be and the tower is right there, that's concerning.
And before, if you had another question, Chancellor, I think you wanted to comment also.
Yes, thank you. It would be my expectation that as we go through all the conditions of creating the residence facility through architect and design and any other mitigating environmental issues that are likely to be included in that process, that would be a question that would be asked and answered. And if there were any adverse potential impacts from that, we have 30 days we would manage the project that way.
And I just would thank you for that. And I just would add that we've completed, we're not quite through completing the RFQP for PMCM services to help with the design of the student housing building. I hope to bring something forward at our next board meeting, April 11th, and we're going to be proceeding soon with an RFQ for architectural services. And I think the Chancellor stated that very well, that all of those issues will come up during that process. And if there is mitigation, that certainly would be something that will be addressed.
I had a question also that I had submitted, but I want to follow up on your question. Cell towers have been a major issue locally in my community, Moore Park, and there's just too much to get into right now. But you made the comment, Vice Chancellor, about the concerns have all been put to rest, so to speak. They've been responded to by, and I'm not an expert at all, but even though the data may show that they're safe, or that doesn't cause peace of mind of somebody who finds themselves living within 50 feet of a cell tower. And I'm a little concerned of setting up a tail wagging the dog situation if further down the design process for the student housing, we find that the tower may be too close for whatever reasons, then we have to correct that situation. So I think the time would be now to write into the renewal agreement that it will be relocated upon request of the district or the college. And I see.
I'm going to ask Kathy Bohorkas to come to the microphone because she has some additional information.
Test. Is it working? Okay. Just that did come up when the renewal came up, when they sent it to our campus to review it, to get any input from us. And that was one of my first questions was, it looks like it's where we're doing the student housing. So we did verify that it is not in the footprint of where the student housing is. It is near that location. So as far as any discussion on whether that part, if it's too close and people need to move, but it is far enough that it is not on our footprint. So I don't believe as far as developing the site that it would have any impact. As far as whether people feel it's too close, that's another issue.
Okay. All right. The other question that I did have was submitted. These cell towers have been around for a number of years. This is a extension of an agreement. So I know nothing about the rental value of these sites. Was that a topic of discussion?
So when I may have 7 years ago when I arrived here, signed off on one of these, or maybe not. So when I saw this, I typically am not accustomed to terms of this length. And so I, of course, had some questions similar to probably what board members are asking. So I was able to discuss it with our retired director of general services to find out a little bit about it. This particular vendor, the T-Mobile started it. Now it's this particular group who bought the tower, after initially in 0607. This monthly rate is higher than all of the others. It's a great rate compared to what I understand analysis has been in the past. And then there's a 3% escalator. There's a 3% escalator on the others also, but the base rate is much less. So we've been happy with this vendor and so on. I would add, this particular item is coming forward. There still is time left. It's not coming at the last minute. So this vendor wants to have the contract renegotiated sooner rather than later. So I think we're in the middle of the 5-year term, the final 5-year term. So certainly, not that I want to bring the same board item back another time, but certainly we could delay it for a few months and see what plays out. But I don't think it would be right to bring it back a year from now, for instance, for a discussion. So I'm just leaving that as an option. It's still our recommendation to have it approved now based on everything. But if you so choose, certainly we could postpone it. I haven't talked to the vendor about it, but I would be happy to do that.
What would be the board's pleasure? I feel confident of the information you just now conveyed regarding the rental value and such. And I heard that the tower is not within the, I took it to be not just the building footprint, but the developed pad area.
What I heard.
Okay. So I'm comfortable with moving forward. We do have, I'm sorry, student trustee.
In terms of the tower being close to the student housing, I personally understand the science of it not affecting people, but I know personally I wouldn't want to live near a cell tower. Just more paranoia than anything, but it does say that we do have 30 days of written notice. If we do find it to be in conflict with the building, and if we are certain that it's not interfering with the building, then I don't think there's really a reason not to pass this per se. So we can always remove it if need be or relocate.
All right, trustee Chancellor.
Just point of clarification, just when I saw the map today, it seemed very close. Do we have rough estimate without us seeing the map now, how close it is to the building itself, proposed building? So on the map, it looked under 100 feet for sure.
Don't have that information today. I don't recall. We had this discussion quite a while ago, so we can get that information to you.
Trustee Mantu.
Just to piggyback on student trustees' comment, can we understand or can we be assured that under the existing term of the lease, at any time between now and 2007, we can give formal notice that we're not interested in renewal? Or would we have to wait into one of the first full 5-year lease extension terms?
No, this lease, right now, terms June 3rd, 27. So I believe the way the lease reads is 30 days at the end of that, not today, for instance. So the existing lease doesn't allow it right now. It would have to be 30 days by the end of 27.
So if we approve it tonight and for some reason residents aren't happy with the idea of a tower being that close, we would have to wait until the 2027.
Based on the lease.
Based on the lease.
But whether we approve it or not, that would still be the answer based on the existing.
Based on the
lease.
existing. Okay. Thank you.
You know, I generally pretty much rely on the professionals that we hire to do the work and bring items before us. But again, because I have facilitated meetings between residents and local legislators on the cell tower issue. And I just wouldn't feel right just moving this forward without getting that definitive information on the cell tower location to the proposed student housing. So,
Chair Perez.
Trustee Lichtel.
Yeah, I just want to validate what you just said. If we have time before the lease is to be prepared and submitted, then let's get some more specific information and data on how far the cell tower really is. I think it's prudent.
Okay. Student trustee.
I would be okay with moving this back a month or two to talk about this.
Okay. And you know, rather than send any negative signal to the lessee, I would ask if the maker of the motion would care to withdraw the motion as well as the second.
I would respectfully request to withdraw my motion.
Second concurs. Thank you. Okay. So we will see this coming back when it's in a more
Soon
ready
enough.
state. Yeah, soon. Thank you. Okay. Everyone good still moving forward? Okay. Item 14. Oh, wait a minute. Whoops. We had. Yep. 1301 board policies. And 11. Action to approve Moore Park College curriculum with a companion agenda item. Action to approve Ventura College curriculum. Yep. We're looking at me physically. Oh, didn't we? We're voting on. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'm struggling with the agenda anyway, not feeling 100%, so don't confuse me further, which is easily done, as you know. Okay, 1301. And I was going to ask my vice chair, Torres, to help me out because a lot of these items that were mentioned by Trustee Lichtel's committee report have gone through the participatory governance process, and then you know the past committee as well. And these items, these policies, some of them are for reaffirmation, some of them are revised for just legal technicalities, keeping pace with changing legislative actions by Ed Code or the state. And then there are some that are being revised, and the committee did anticipate board discussion, but you had we chatted about this in agenda review, and what was your suggestion on how to proceed here? Which I really liked, by the way.
For the board, you have the policies that are in front of you. Is there any policies that you would like to pull so we're able to have discussions on these policies that we have under 13?
And
You have all of-
1301 through 1360.
Mhm. So they've been vetted through the different policies or the different committees. And is there one that anybody says, I would like to pull this one for discussion for the board? I do have some myself, but is there anybody else who has any board policies that they'd like to pull at this moment? Yes, it'll just be from 13.01 to 13.16. And then what's left, we'll just vote on it as a block.
I have two.
Okay, trustee Chancellor.
That would be 13.04 and 13.06.
Thank you. Trustee Torres, you had mentioned it. You have
I
some.
do. I have 13.01, 13.02, 13.03, and also 13.06 along. Trustee Chancellor.
Anybody else? We should have an item. Okay.
That we approve
Oh, I'm
policy.
sorry, I'm sorry. Well, I'll go after trustee Mantooth. I
No,
made
I
a,
don't know if you have another one you want pulled.
actually, I have 13.16. It wasn't 13.06. It was 13.16 for me. I apologize for that.
To, in the interest of operational economy, make a motion to approve policy 1305 and policies 1307 through 1315.
Second.
Thank you. Trustee Lichtel seconds that motion. Adopting the board policies in front of us, except for those ones that he did not include in the motion. Student trustee,
Aye.
board, all in favor? Aye. And no, none opposed. All right, well, thank you. That's a little help. Trustee Torres, you can begin with 1301, and then when we conclude that, we'll just keep with you for those next two items.
So I'm looking if everybody for the board, 13.01. I know that this one's being presented for retirement. So the way I look at this one, and I know that there's district staff here, so they'll probably be able to clarify because this went through the past committee. So this is the first time that I'm seeing this. This is, I look at this as strategic. So it says board district planning. So I look at this at our a strategic session when we come together as a board. And as the board, we are looking at the strategic goals and the district is working alongside with us, but this is more specific to us as a board. We design the strategic goals. And of course, there's going to be the district who will go ahead with the administrative procedures to look at how that looks like for them in terms of the operational components. So I looked at it in that manner because then I also looked, and I believe it is 13.03. The institutional planning. Now, the institutional planning, that one's more specific, and that has, for example, that one will be what gives you different ideas of what it looks like, of some of the things that are discussed, facilities master plan, equal employment opportunity plan, student equity and achievement. And that's what's presented to us as a board, and we're able to give some input, but this all derives based on also what are our strategic goals. And so I looked at them as two different components. I look at it as in this particular policy as, you know, we'll be able to have some input, but this is being kind of driven by the colleges. And they will include us in the process, which I also have some recommendations for the wording. But that's how I interpret those two policies. I don't know if there's anybody here on staff that's able to give some feedback in terms of 13.01. Because I see them different. I see this more like our strategic goals. When we have our planning session, like at the beginning of the year.
Well, Chancellor, who do you want to respond or?
Thank you. We did discuss this at DCAP, which is the District Council on Accreditation and Planning. And what we determined was the CCLC does not have a template for the BP 2425. And if you look at 3.03, which is the 3250, it incorporates the chancellor working with the board to assure that there is the development of the institution mission and the goals for a comprehensive plan. So we're looking at making it part of a systems approach as opposed to the strategic goals separate from the system of strategic planning and institutional planning. So that's why we consolidated it all into one.
Okay. So then when I'm still thinking about it, because for me, when I see the policies, I think this first one, 2425, is so specific to what we do as in our strategic goals, and it's very much board driven. And we come together in the district, we work alongside, and it's supporting those strategic goals that then later they will go into just in being able to do the rest of the work. When I'm looking at 13.03, I know I'm jumping. I know it tells me what that looks like. And one of the things that I wanted to change was also for the board, if you look towards the very end, it says the chancellor shall ensure the board has an opportunity to assist. I know that's coming from CCLC, but CCL gives us recommendations. We can always, as a board, decide if we want to change a couple of words. I really want to ensure that as a board, we are involved. So I was thinking of, instead of saying has an opportunity to assist, is the chancellor shall ensure the board participates in developing the general institutional mission and goals for the comprehensive plans. And I say this because with well-intentioned opportunities that's always the intention for an opportunity to be provided. But if something happens, people are busy, it just didn't happen. It doesn't have to. But when we say the board will participate, that's and we have a wonderful chancellor that I know he will ensure we participate, but I want to have something in our board policy that it just stipulates that. So it's not given just on our great chancellor that we have, but he'll make sure, but that when he decides it's his time to retire and somebody else comes, it's already there in a policy. And for me, that's important, especially as we're looking at DEI, our equity piece, which in our board reports, I'll talk a little bit more of the presentation that I had the opportunity to be part of in the town hall at the state level, alongside with Chair Bettis. So for me, that's a recommendation also to changing to that policy, to the policy. But I'm curious to hear from board members because I know we need to
Trustee Chancellor.
hear from everyone.
So just to clarify, for the retirement of board policy 2425, oh, balloons, we lost the balloons.
Well, I can't see Trustee Licht on the one.
Okay, so just to clarify, in the retirement of board policy 2425, it is recommended that we lose this sentence, and it's the last sentence of the strike through. The board will conduct an annual assessment of its district strategic planning goals and objectives and their implementation to assess effectiveness and support of student learning and organizational operations. So if we're being asked to remove that, I guess my question is what's the benefit in removing that? Because I think that's a good ask for a board to do.
And Chancellor, before you or you have anybody respond, look at 3250.
Okay.
I don't know what page in your packet it is. I'm looking online, but it looks like there's some, if I'm reading this correctly, the added language is the chancellor shall ensure the board has an opportunity to assist in developing the general institutional mission and goals for the comprehensive plans. The chancellor shall also inform the board about the status of planning and various plans. The chancellor shall submit those plans for which board approval is required by Title V to the board. So does that answer your?
Well, no, I saw it as sort of mission statement and plans versus actually the board conducting an annual assessment of the operations and the effectiveness of those plans. So one is saying we're going to look at the plan, and then the one that we're being asked to retire, the way I interpret it, the strike through is we wouldn't look at the actual assessment of it. Those are two different things.
Chancellor?
Yeah, if I were, you're talking about the second struck out sentence and I read that as an assessment of the planning goals and the objectives as it states, and then whether or not it the desires behind those goals and objectives are being fulfilled by the process. So maybe it's the same thing you're saying. I don't know that it would necessarily get into operationally if it's being done a certain way to achieve it. It's really related back to the goals being achieved, not how you're achieving the goals.
Maybe the better word would be outcomes, correct? Yeah. So if we lose that sentence, doesn't it take away some of our responsibility to ensure that the outcomes are being achieved? That's how I interpret it anyways.
Yes,
very meaningful. As a matter of fact, we still haven't had that session. Typically, we have them in January, so we would have had it already. And that's something we look at the beginning of the year. And I know that was the intent a little bit when we had our meeting at Oxnard College, but it dives really deep into the metrics. We revise what are our strategic goals. Is this something that that still represents who we are? And of course, throughout the year, as we have all of the different reports coming our way, we have an idea of what's needed. As we are really, as trustees, listening to what is happening at the state level, we're also ensuring that what we have as our goals are mirror what we believe in terms of being student-centered. And then we look at the data and we discuss, do we want to change this? And I remember really looking forward every year to say, okay, trustees, let's sit down, let's think of the words we're going to be using. And I appreciate that because it's so specific. The three areas of trustees that we look at within our lanes, I'm going to say strategic planning, the budget, and our policies. Those are the three areas that we look at. And I really want to be protective to maintain the strategic goals, because that's really what drives. The colleges will have their own mission, each one individually, and they've submitted that to us. The strategic goals is really very key on us. And I really don't feel comfortable at this moment retiring the policy. CCLC gives us recommendations if we want some language, but really as a district, we're empowered to make our own policies. We can use there's some that CCLC by law we need to have, but the rest they're ours. And I see them very different. I see 3250, the institutional, very specific into what's happening within the plans. And they give us examples. We see this throughout the year. So the institutional planning comes to us as 1 month, it'll come facilities, the colleges will be presenting what they've done. We'll have the equal employment opportunity at another time, which we haven't seen in a while. I remember, I think it's been about 1.5 years. They'll come and they'll present if there's some work that they've done. And so I see BP 3250 simply as something that's letting the district know that this is some of the work we're going to want to see. We might give feedback within our board of trustee meetings, but they're very, very different. That's the way that I'm interpreting it.
Student trustee.
Seems we have vastly two different definitions being given for this board policy, but I personally don't feel we should retire this board policy specifically for the last line if we include it in BP 3250, because I think we should be able to assess the effectiveness of our goals and objectives. That doesn't seem like it's in BP 3250. So I think keeping it, at least until we've at least figured out what it means, we should at least let it stay.
Dr. Herrera.
Since the strategic planning is part of the systemic strategic development, what if you were to take that paragraph in 24-25 and add it to 32-50 to make you feel comfortable that you have that language in there, and then from there we work through the plans? Would that
Yeah.
work?
I was going to suggest the same thing. Everything that you've said is my intent working with this board. So as long as I want the board to feel comfortable about whatever policy direction we have to cause those things to happen.
The microphone.
Thank you, Dr. Dada. Just the way that it's worded, just transferring over to the next VP, which would be 3250. That covers it, just to make sure we have that opportunity to still look at those strategic goals and come together as a board.
Okay, so is everyone clear on what we're gonna do is take that last sentence from the policy that we're proposing to retire and add it to our oh, the whole, okay, that's fine. I'm sorry, you,
And that,
you did say paragraph 2.
Chair Perez,
Yeah.
and not to get too much into wordsmithing here, but it would make sense to have that as the opening paragraph of the policy.
So can we make this be a first read and then bring it back all cleaned up at our next meeting?
Sure. So well, staff has direction as to what we want to see back next month. Okay, and so that takes care of 1301 and 1303.
Chair Perez, not to
No, I know.
not to throw a wrench into the conversation, but if the original intent was to retire a board policy and instead the outcome is going to be to move the content of that policy into a different policy, then shouldn't we just be voting not to retire the policy? Just keep the policy intact? Or from a clarity standpoint, do we believe that moving that entire policy into a separate policy is going to be functionally a little bit better?
Well, I think it's that, but also it mirrors what the chancellor said about what he wants to achieve for this board and how we achieve things. Go ahead.
Perspective, we can keep it, they can add it, and then it can come back to us with this updated policy of 3250. And then at that point, is that retiring? Is that what you meant? Because I hear what you're saying about the process and policies.
Well, I think you added to that, and I think you're absolutely correct. I'm just stating that we came here the original intent was to retire a policy that now we're taking the entire content of that policy and putting it somewhere else. So it just seems that we should just keep the policy that's in existence right now. To me, it doesn't make sense to retire a policy and put that content somewhere else, unless somebody can tell me why.
I would prefer to have
better
less
process.
policies on the books. Just make our life a lot simpler.
Okay, so if
To
the goal is to
interpret.
consolidate, then I
Yes.
can certainly support that.
Okay. Staff clear? I'm gonna assume the board is clear as well.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So that does take care of items 1301 and 03, and now trustee Torres 1302.
Well, there was the other part. I'm not sure if the board caught it when I mentioned that, because 3250 also has at the very bottom, before I move on to 13.02, but on 13.03, the chancellor shall ensure the board participates. Instead of has an opportunity to assist, it's ensure the board participates in developing the general institutional mission. So is there a consensus on the board to be able to omit has an opportunity to assist and to replace it with participates? And the reason I made that recommendation is because this will ensure that we do participate and we're very active and engaged, and it's very clear in the board policy. And I only say that because as we're looking at our policy, sometimes we're not very specific. And I think this just makes it a little bit more clear.
Okay, I already said earlier, I'm easily confused tonight. Where are you reading from?
I'm on board
I-
policy. 3250.
I don't know. Okay.
And then when you go to the very bottom, it says the chancellor shall ensure the board has an opportunity to assist in developing. And then I recommended striking has an opportunity to assist and replacing it with participates. Because assist is I'm assisting, but I'm not necessarily taking the lead. And with these policies, we're taking the lead. And so we're being part of the conversation, not assisting, but this is our work. This is our policy. So it's just more, it still kind of leaves it neutral. I mean, it's just, we're participating. So we're equal partners alongside with the colleges. As opposed to assisting. I mean, because this is, do you know what I'm saying? I'm hoping it makes sense.
See where you're coming from.
I mean, it could be we can word it differently. That's just a recommendation.
Chance.
No, I think that's a fine change. Keep in mind, we're moving that entire other paragraph over. That says the chancellor will ensure that the board is engaged in district-wide planning. It's a little bit saying the same thing, but we can do it twice in there. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Good. All right. Thank you.
13.02. I just like CCLC. If you notice, if you have your binder, it's on page 165. CCLC said we can use an optional language, which basically the organizational charts are subject to review by the board. And just adding that, the way we have it is, the chancellor established the organizational charts that delineate the lines of responsibility and fix the general duties of employees within the district. And then I just liked what CCLC was recommending. We get to see the organizational charts, and if we need to, we just provide some feedback at the end. The chancellor will make the decision, but he has the opportunity to hear from us too.
Chancellor. Trustee Chancellor then before.
Yeah, I would recommend language that says the organizational charts are subject to review and approval by the board. And I think, and the reason behind that is on the budget side, people are the most expensive thing that our district is engaged in. And I think an annual approval or alignment to our adopted budget, I think would be appropriate. So I don't know if it's appropriate in this part of the language, but that's something that I would recommend.
So the board has obviously budget authority, and positions that are developed do become approved by the board. However, the organization of that work is about as operational as you can get. And I would object in respectfully in the strongest possible terms to have an organizational structure writ large approved by the trustees. That would be a very encumbering, that would be really difficult to operationalize that for me.
Yeah, I didn't paint the picture correct. I guess part of your CEO, is your role as our CEO or a chancellor, is to develop this operational chart. Somewhere along the lines, I think it would reinforce the budgetary practice of just saying, here it is, here's my budget as part of this district, and the details of the budget overwhelmingly are part of personnel, and here's the operational chart as part of the budget. And that's what I'm getting at, not to be involved in developing it by any
Sure.
means.
Thanks for that clarification. I just get a little bit nervous when the actual boxes with names in them, which is an organizational chart, where we place those and we move people in the organization, or we restructure offices and things like that, that those organizational chart changes would require board approval. That would be very difficult. And that to me would really be an operational concern. The approval of the positions and the budget to support those positions, I understand that. And having a descriptive view of that so that the board can understand from a budget perspective how that looks in a visual sense, I think is perfectly appropriate. But in terms of the decisions about that structure, those are operational.
I think we're describing the same thing because when we get asked to approve a new position, there's always the organizational chart attached to it. But it's always piecemeal because in a given fiscal year, we probably get 30 organizational charts for the 30 or so positions that were approved. I'm just saying somewhere along the lines, it'd be nice to see the whole district organizational chart just on that
Okay,
lens.
no, the only thing that would be concerned with was the approval of the chart, not the chart's existence itself. And I do think, I know that when we put a new position for the board's review and putting it in the context of that organizational chart that it's going to live in, is helpful for the board to have context of why that request is, the funding for that is being requested. But from a descriptive picture of the organization of the district, we can provide the board with from any narrow to fully expanded view of the district's organization. I mean, it might go around the room, but we could certainly do that.
Okay.
Okay, trustee Mantu.
Just a suggestion,
Yes.
to move us forward, perhaps, in the interest of transparency, if the language were modified to say the chancellor shall establish and share with the board organizational charts. Since that's happening anyway, as a matter of past practice.
And again, which document are you looking at? Which attachment? I just lost. No, that you were just reading from, that you were.
Reading from board policy 3100. I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah, it's item 13.02. Page 163 in the printed agenda.
I have two attachments, the RBP, but then the leagues suggested. That's what I thought I heard reference to both. So which one were you suggesting to change? I'm sorry.
The board policy.
Okay, thank you. And would you repeat that, please? That suggested change.
Words and share with the board be inserted between the words establish and organizational in that single sentence.
Okay. Dr. Herrera?
Is there a reason why we just don't adopt the optional language and just have the organizational charts are subject to review by the board? And that way, at any time that you want to review.
Trustee Torres, you're saying what? The mic, please.
It's recommending it's just the optional from CCLC and it allows the board to be able to look at the organizational chart and give that feedback and then for chancellor to consider at.
So we have a suggestion by trustee Mantu. Is there a motion that anyone wants to offer?
To the original suggestion that I made,
Right.
as long as we can get to the
Right.
point where the charts could be available for board review in the interest of boards being better informed and knowledgeable about the workings of the districts without crossing over into operational matters.
Thank you. Student trustee?
I would like to approve the board policy with the recommend or the optional language from the CCLC. So
Well, second for discussion, yes. Okay. Okay. And I would just ask before I ask for the vote, Chancellor, how do you see that?
That would be fine.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everyone. Time for the vote. Student trustee, how do you vote? And board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. One no vote, trustee Chancellor. Thank you. Okay. And now I'm having problems with my laptop here. Okay, so the next item then. 1304, trustee Chancellor.
First one's a clarifying question. The title of this item is smoking on campus, but all the referred language is, in the board policy is district property. So just want to make sure that, it's referring to district and campus.
Okay, good point.
And second item is on a later policy, which is on page 261. So let me go back. 13.04 is pretty tight language on, it just references smoking. But later on page 261, which is part of safety. The last bullet really goes into detail and it says the prohibition includes the use of all tobacco products, including but not limited to cigarettes, cigars, little cigars, chewing tobacco, pipe tobacco, snuff, hookahs, and an electronic device that delivers nicotine or other vaporized liquids to a person inhaling from the device, e-cigarettes, vaporizers. I think that's really important to include in this policy. Because a lot of smokers aren't smoking traditional cigarettes anymore.
Okay, any student trustee?
Yeah, I agree with that because I'm thinking about this like vape. I don't know if that's legally defined as smoking. I would imagine it probably is, but they're different because smoke is burning, vape is vaporization. So I think there should be a clarification of that.
Okay, so you support that suggestion? Okay, anyone else? Care to comment? Okay, and I'm sorry, just,
Sorry.
it's not for my benefit, it's for.
I know. I also support it. As a matter of fact, in the Administrative Services Committee, we did discuss it. I think at one point, we knew that the PAS was going to be looking at a board policy and we were waiting to see the outcome of the PAS committee to see our board policy that came through Administrative Services Committee. But I definitely agree with all of especially the electronic cigarettes and having our students. I also just want to be able to come to school, come to their class and not have to smell whether it's THC or whatever it's going to have. It's not around them because that's what sometimes happens. And we do have also, the legalization of marijuana. And so we have our students that, don't want to be also around it. So I just wanted to have it be more descriptive because there's more things that we now see that weren't there, I think, back when originally the policy was developed.
Okay. And I can support all of that as well. And I see a consensus, but let's get back to the title of the policy. Chancellor, just an easy change to make of the title. Dr. Herrera.
The language of smoking and vaping and from 3570 AP.
And changing the title of the policies. to
Change the
just-
title of the policy.
District property, is that what you?
Well, just the title of the policy is smoking on campus, but then all other language is referring to district property. So maybe it should be action to adopt board policy, smoking on district property or something, whatever it
District
is.
property. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Or facilities. Okay.
Property or facility.
Yeah, yeah. Student trustee.
What about satellites? For example, like churches that we don't own the property of? Because we hold like English classes at churches. I know, so does our policies affect there or?
I don't know. Yeah, right. maybe we'll have to find out if we adopt this policy. So. I mean, a question probably no one ever thought about, and we certainly wouldn't have the answer available tonight.
I think Mr. Mantus said it right. It depends on the lease
Yeah.
agreement and we can't control what
Right.
that property owner does or does not do in that sense.
Okay. So with that. Oh, we haven't voted yet. Did we get a motion on this, as a matter of fact? I think, no, we didn't yet because I asked about the title. Is there a motion to approve the policy as?
I would feel more comfortable as this being a first read and have it
Okay.
come back as a consent
Okay,
at our next meeting.
fair enough. And then 1306, trustee Chancellor.
1306 on fees. So in our ASG student reports tonight, I think all three colleges mentioned an opinion and some maybe advisory votes. I don't know the correct terminology in regards to the health center fee increase and parking increase. But do we have actual language that makes it statutory or mandates that fees that students are going to be forced to pay if there's an increase or a new fee established, that our student groups will, that we have language to make sure that their opinions are reflected in that and are reported back to the board? We saw it happen tonight, but is there language to ensure that that will always happen? Or was that just great pre-planning that somebody brought it to our student groups? So I'm just trying to connect those.
My comment would be the student voice is represented through participatory governance, and that's how it normally would happen. At a multi-college district like this one, sometimes students aren't able to attend all of the different meetings or don't attend regularly. So that's a little bit problematic, but it happens automatically through participatory governance.
If there's a lot of participatory governance where students aren't included, correct?
Well, they're invited. They don't
Yeah,
always,
they
they're not
always
always able to make it.
I would feel a lot better if there was language that ensured something as relevant or connected to our students as a new fee for students or an increase on student fees, that they would be at least be able to provide some input to the board in the language. I mean, and we saw it happen tonight. We heard from our three groups. And I know our student trustee is going to be making comments on it later when we get to the item, but it'd be good, at least for me, to see some language that ensures that would happen every time, just on this item of fees for students.
Well, Dr. Herrera is mentioning AP, maybe BP, but for instance, last month we brought the non-resident tuition fees. Those are student fees. The issue with that is every year it needs to be done by March 1st, and it is always the implicit price deflator comes out very, very late. I just would imagine that would be it's difficult enough at every district to get that through in the time period, and so that's just an example of a potential stumbling block, obstacle, barrier, however you want to think about it in that particular example.
How often do our student government groups meet?
They meet, well, you'd have to ask them. They meet monthly, I'm sure.
Once a week. Oxnard meets once every other week, from what I think, right?
So with that frequency of the meetings, I'd see it possible to bring an item before a board meeting to our student government groups so they can provide input as an advisory vote or some sort of input to the board. I think it's an important voice, specifically that the students are paying the fees. We need to know where they are on it.
So I jumped on the mic, so I apologize. I'm one voice. There's a lot of different folks involved. I just would say, knowing the schedule of meetings, the timing of publishing agendas, et cetera, I think it will be highly difficult. Even these fees, student health and the other, they really need to advance pretty quickly in order to be published in the catalog. If they're not published in the catalog, they won't be charged, et cetera. So there's a lot of, potential issues. I understand what you're saying. I agree. There's just issues with that. So I'm just one voice. I don't know all the details.
Well, the students have a voice through the position of student trustee. And student trustees, we've heard it from our own here and those in the past, visit the various campuses and the student governments. And so there's that avenue. And I think we've all seen the emails that we get advised of communications that are being sent out to students. That would be a quick and easy way to, in cases of where student fees are going to be on an agenda, just simply make it part of our practice to send out at a minimum an email to students. Hey, the board will be, or the PG committee here or there will be considering these. Participate in your ASG or get involved. Chancellor.
So I don't have it in front of me, but I know that through even accreditation standards, I know that we have to address in our response to fulfilling those accreditation standards that students in particular have a voice in not just fees, but policies and practices that affect them. And there are a number of different ways to do that. And we have a lot of those mechanisms in place. We have an elected student trustee. We have active student government organizations and committee work and things like that that happen. So if the interest is to get student input, we have to do that. And we should be doing that on any of the things that have an impact on students. So with that as an overview and as a stated accreditation requirement, I would be reluctant to invite a specific mechanism in a policy to cause it to happen. The intent is already there. And, maybe as we get into these discussions, somebody needs to be designated as hey, have we done the due diligence to make sure we're getting the input that we needed, not just on fees, but on any of the things that we're doing that affect students. And I would encourage our students who are here tonight to, really, I fully believe you take your roles and responsibilities very seriously. I've seen that demonstrated in every meeting that I've been a part of. So I would just continue to do that. And if you see us faltering on getting your input or your advice on things that affect students, I invite you to talk to me about that directly. But I think the mechanisms are there, frankly.
Trustee Torres.
Of our students here and our student trustee, and I'm not sure if the students are still online. But the way this came to the board is at our administrative services committee meeting, we had it was Amparo from Oxnard College. And one of the questions she asked was, have students become aware of this increase in fees? And from there, we said, well, we don't know. We don't know exactly if there's student participation. And so Trustee Mantooth and I said, well, we don't know. This is presented to us, but we definitely value student input. And at that moment, she was entrusted to share this information with the Associated Student Governments from the 3 different campuses. And so we were able to receive information tonight. And that's what both Trustee Mantooth and I said, this is really important to us. So we're going to move it forward for discussion. But it was really nice to be able to see the organization that took place immediately and the mobilization within the students. So a lot of the times, even for us as trustees, we don't know what's going to be coming to the board. And so what I was able to see from our meeting was that the students didn't know either, that there's going to be policies that are going to be discussed, or not policies, but recommendations for increase in fees that have a direct impact in them. So maybe there is a system that we can establish. I heard already tonight from one of the Associated Student Government students, and I believe it might have been Ventura College, saying that they want to, and I actually wrote it down, they'd like the participatory governance process to be more student-centered, and students being at the forefront within the colleges. And I believe she was expressing the sentiment of the different associated student governments. And so if it's our scheduling that's the problem, then we need to look at a time that we can shift our meetings that is more convenient to students. And that can be a conversation within the different associated student governments who they're going to designate maybe to be part of the meetings. Students are welcome to always participate at the standing committee meetings that we have as a board. That is the time that different policies will be coming to Board of Trustees, and feedback can come from you at that moment, and then be prepared for the board meeting as a whole. So that's another way, as you're doing your advocacy in terms of moving within policy for the board. If you're able to have people come to the standing committees of the board, you'll get to be able to become aware of this before it comes to the full board, which is the reason we're able to give us input. So just a couple of recommendations.
Thank you.
Perez,
That's, Trustee Lichtel.
I noticed that the Oxnard College ASG president had a hand raised on Zoom call.
Okay,
Certainly want to hear from that individual.
yes, we do. Are you ready to speak, student?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. So we definitely do want to have our voice heard, and we are so grateful that you're listening to us. We would like to participate on board policies and have it shared and discussed amongst our group in our ASG Associated Student meeting. For example, we have our board meetings every Friday, and we discuss important issues going on in Oxnard College as well the district level. And if we can have a head start of what's going on with the VCCCD district and what's going on with students and their concerns and issues, that would be great. And I'll be happy to add that as an agenda item so we can discuss it and fully have an understanding of what's going on. That way we prepare and know, and also get more feedback from students that aren't a part of us, the government.
Okay, thank you. This has been, go ahead. Yes, sir.
Yeah, for us, it was communicated that there was gonna be a raise. And on our talks, what we're more focused on is trying to get more assistance on mental health, because there's also no one that can assist on the AAC to help students to, what's the name? To analyze what type of services they would qualify for so they can get better services. Instead of hiring someone from the outside, to have someone that is more permanent, as well as more therapists. And so the reason why we, not that we don't really want it, we just want to see what the parking fees are gonna be used for. And if some of them can be used again to help with the other issues that we have that are more important to the students at the moment. And we would love to have more information when these type of increases that affect the students or any other thing that might bring some issues with the students, that to be part of it before any decision gets actually be taken on it.
Okay, student trustee.
So what I'm generally hearing is that I think the students want to have more time in advance to be able to talk about policies and make decisions on them. And I think if this seems more operational, but if there's some way that this can be communicated to them a lot prior than like a couple days before a board meeting, I think that would be, right, this is what I'm getting from this. So if there needs to be a board policy for that, I'm all for that, but I think this is more operational. Because I was communicated about the fees a little over a week before this. So I actually did have heads up about this, which was nice. And I know all the ASGs were as well.
Dr. Herrera.
I just
Thank
want to say that with the two committees, the two PG committees that look at these particular policies, we do have an ongoing spreadsheet and the assignment of when we're going to be reviewing the policies. What we can do is share that with the student government so they know when the review of these policies are going to occur and they can prepare themselves before they come to the meeting, because they are part of the discussion at the meetings. But we can do that for them. That's something we can do.
Would you be able to include me in that email
Absolutely.
list? More so for future.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I think that was the point of trustee Chancellor initially.
Yeah, and just,
Calling up.
and just for clarification, so for example, when I look at page 192, it has the governance review, which out of consultation, past committee, chancellor's cabinet, DTRSS, which ones are students included in those? Or ASG are allowed to participate?
DCCS, DCAP, IEAC. Which other one did you say?
I'm just looking, none of those are lists.
Okay, so
What-
they're
what-
retermed.
Okay.
DTRWSS is now DCSS.
Okay.
PASS, we have students there. Consultation Council, students are invited. And it was DTRWI and now it's DCCI.
And so it sounds like they're invited to all those in past practice. How often are students in attendance of these?
I don't think she can answer that question. to me.
Well, I can say as of recently, we've had active participation of our students.
I can
What?
kind of respond to that in a half way. There's always been interest to get the students here at the district level to participate, and that's more on the, I'm gonna be honest, that's kind of more on the students. If there is a way to schedule the committees to be around the students' schedules, sorry, my voice, to be around the student schedules, that would be great, but that's more so the ASGs have to find a way that they can get students on these committees. And I will always say this, their college career is more important always, so that always comes first. But it's more on them.
Go ahead.
My last comments. I don't want to open up a conversation about students and access to policies and review. But it sounds like it's twice a year, that they would be reviewing student fees, one for the one that Dr. Al-Fattal mentioned, and then maybe this one if we're going to once a year up the parking and health center fees. Like, it would be a very rare occurrence. And that's why I'm advocating that we actually have board policy language that students will be involved to bring a formalized recommendation to us. Not that we hope. So I'm not saying every single policy would go to social, because I understand how that would be difficult. I know they're invited, and I think that's a system that's working out well. But in this particular case of student fees, I think it's important that we hear that voice in a formalized way.
I can agree with that. So getting back to the agenda item specifically, it's the question to reaffirm this existing policy. Is there a motion? Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. That was trustee Lichtel that made the motion. I'm looking at, she made sure. Trustee Mantu. Student. Sure.
That's reaffirming it, but are we moving forward without including language that trustee Chancellor mentioned?
I'm thinking yes, and I would anticipate a subsequent report to the board on some of the questions that you've raised. That would be helpful. So.
In a place where we can have discussion, I was really actually impressed with the reports that came from the students
Mhm.
related to student fees.
Mhm.
So I kind of felt like the student voice was part of the process, and certainly we value that student voice. But it's interesting because I really perceived it from the standpoint of, boy, we're getting a lot of feedback from the students, which I did submit some questions related to that and got my answers that I needed. So I appreciated that from staff. And again, I appreciated the reports from the students related to these policies in particular.
Chair,
Trustee Torres.
I just wanted to mention, it came because when we were meeting an admin services committee on February 22nd, it just so happened that the activities director from Oxnard College was there, and she asked, how is student involvement included in this? And there wasn't a response at that moment. And so that's when she said, I'll contact Associated Student Government. And then she contacted everybody else. So there wasn't like the intent, like from the district, it just so happened. If it helps a little bit in terms of clarifying.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Clarification. I think when Amparo brought it up about it was the issue of the fees being raised, not the BP. Yeah. So the BP wasn't that the student didn't have input. It was the actual different item, the fees. Yeah, right.
Okay, student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
The board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. Do you want to change your vote? Oh, I just asked for the board as a whole. Do you vote all in favor? Aye.
Okay, mine's a no.
Okay. So 3-2 with trustees Chancellor and Torres voting no. You got that, Michelle? Okay, we're going to take this one last item, 1316, before we take a break. Trustee Torres.
This came up also in Administrative Services Committee. And all I actually just wanted to do was include additional language from the CCLC. So if you look on page 271, I wanted to include in our board policy the compensation study. And the reason I was including this is as we're looking as a board, one of the things we've really committed to is really disaggregating data, looking at our looking at our practices. And when we look at the state level and just going to the DEI town hall, this was really recommended that we take a dive and start looking into all of our data, what our metrics look like. And this is more specific. So I recommend to simply include what's a recommendation from CCLC, not coming from me, but from CCLC itself, to add that paragraph, which is a CEO shall provide the board when requested with the pay equity report study for all classes of employees and each administrator employed pursuant to a contract. This study must disaggregate employees by race, age, gender, religion, or any other characteristics identified by the board.
Sure.
I values that we adopted in our strategic goals.
Just a question regarding what is meant by when requested. Does that mean an individual trustee's request or a request that's voted on by the board majority?
Well, you know what? I apologize. I'm having trouble with his laptop, so I didn't hear entirely what you're promoting. Okay, keep going. Okay. Thank you. Vice Chancellor Barroso, do you want to comment?
Thank you. Yes. So we had a very rich discussion in DCHR regarding the addition of this particular statement. The issue that we run into is that most of the information is voluntarily provided by our employees. As an example, religion isn't something that we collect. And so we were having some concerns about being able to provide that if requested. And so we recommend not to have this, but we do have a second option for your consideration if you'd like to hear it. Okay. So in that particular paragraph, what we would propose is that we remove the by race, age, gender, religion, and instead say must disaggregate employees by characteristics identified by the board where possible. That way, if we have that information, we're able to provide it if requested by the chancellor.
Go ahead.
So by saying, by characteristics identified by the board, if the board decides this is the areas that we want to look at, race, gender, disciplines, departments. I want the data disaggregated to give us a sense of who's in our district, who's in our colleges, who's just a sense. This is the makeup. That would be the characteristics that as it comes as a board that you would be able to then look at and present a report. And I say this because as we're looking at the EEO plan also and looking at the work, the metrics that we're having to respond to also in order to get the $50,000 funding. And then just really looking at the CCLC when we have our meetings, and particularly at the DEI town hall, it was incredible. A lot of the work in that and when I was talking to Chair Perez about the reestablishment of our DEI ad hoc committee to really dive deep, because I know with one of our former trustees, we were looking into diving deep in this area. So would that give us the opportunity to still be able to be specific with what we want without being so descriptive as CCLC is?
I would say yes. And I think the addition of where possible would be important for us, because if we have it, then we would be able to provide it. But because it is not mandatory information that we request from employees, we just wanted to have a little bit of wiggle room there to be able to say that we don't have that information, but where we do, we would provide it.
Okay.
Trustee Little?
I don't particularly have a need for this information disaggregated in the way that it would specify here under this paragraph. I mean, quite frankly, I'd be just more interested in knowing that we have able employees that are effective and doing the job that we expect for students. So if the decision of the board is to add this, I won't support the policy with that change.
Let me ask a question. This information is helpful in the context of addressing educational gaps, right? And equity gaps amongst our students. And especially when we ask for disaggregated data.
So this is specific to employees and administrators.
So,
Which does have an
okay.
impact.
No,
No, you're right. No, you're right. No, you're right. You're right on.
Yep.
Especially because you're at the state level
Right.
and you get to hear what they're saying to us.
Okay, anybody else care to wait?
Chair Perez,
Trustee Mann.
I just want to be clear that the suggestion is to remove these specifically referencing these indicators, but using kind of a blanket term characteristics instead.
Our recommendation is to not have it, but if the board would like to see this paragraph
Okay.
there, that we would modify
Because
it
there
in that way.
could be an argument meant that just by naming those categories is not equitable. I like your suggestion. I might suggest instead of saying where possible, say to the extent available.
Chair?
Yeah, and
Oh.
go. So with that change, if and when in the future the board does ask for a compensation study, then we can identify characteristics. Okay. Trustee
Okay,
Torres.
thank you. And I wanted to clarify because I am going to start becoming more involved with DEI and looking at the state level. And so I know that these areas, the CCLC would have not placed them here if they believed it was illegal. So I'm wondering, do we have some areas of our district that we need to grow in? Because this is coming definitely looked at by legal counsel, and since it's coming from CCLC. And so they review it in order to be able to present recommendations to the boards to be able to adopt in their policies. So this is one, as we move forward, it's the DEI that we're committed as a board. And I know trustee Leto wasn't part of our strategic setting where we agree. So I know he's coming in new to this. I want to be able to just ensure that we're moving forward with those specific goals. And then maybe later we can talk about how maybe a presentation. I don't know if it's the EEO committee. At one point, I know they came and presented to the board, and it's been, I want to say, close to maybe 2 years. And so maybe I'm curious to see how the work, what does it look like? There used to be a DEI, I believe, task force that was established at the district level. I know they were doing more in terms of the curriculum and student support services, but I'm also interested in what does that look like in HR. And I remember when the EEO plan, does it come to administrative services? Because I know we have to approve it and we need to look at the metric, those different, I can't remember the word, is the metrics or standards that they give us, and there's always one that we're missing. And so they give us a set of, I believe, 10.
It's the multiple methods.
The multiple methods, and there's always one that we don't pass, and I believe it's this one. There might be one because we just don't have it. And so it's more of, I'm curious because it's been close to about 2 years since I was in the admin services committee. What's happened since then? So it'll come your way. I know, Laura, I know you.
Well, I can support that alternate suggestion by Vice Chancellor Barroso. Anybody else want to weigh in? Make a motion.
Move to approve with can you read it again, Ms. Laura, what we're going to be adding to 13.16?
Yes, so it would read, the chancellor shall provide the board when requested with a pay equity report study or for all classes of employees and each administrator employed pursuant to a contract. This study must disaggregate employees by characteristics identified by the board to the extent available.
Thank you. That's my action for approval.
And is there a second? Thank you. Is there any other further comment? Question? If not, student trustee, how do you vote?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay. For the rest of the board, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. With that, it's 9:21, looks like. Let's take, what? 9:30, we'll reconvene at 9:30. Thank you.
Yeah. This I didn't say anything. I mean, I don't want hard to do it, but I can't say that. Yeah. My board thinks. We need more.
Chancellor is not here. Okay, everybody, we are ready to start our meeting. If you don't mind, please taking a seat. Chancellor, if you can join us, please. We are ready to begin our meeting. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Chair Perez does apologize. He did have to leave. He's not feeling 100% and he was trying to push through and he just finally said, Trustee Torres, I'm going to have to leave. Please give my apologies to everybody. And so I will do my best to take over and finish our meeting. We do have some items that are going to most likely have a big discussion among the board. So if there's anything that I missed, I'm going to ask my board members to please let me know if there's an area that I missed. And with this, we have 14.01, action to approve a board member absence. Seems we're all here, so there is no need to approve an absence. With this, we move on to 14.02, action to approve board resolution 2023-02, preserving lifelong learning, self-development, and kinesiology education opportunities for our VCCCD students.
I'll approve that resolution or make a motion to approve that resolution.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Second is Trustee Mantu. All in favor? Oh, sorry. Thank you. Student trustee, your vote.
Aye.
Okay,
I had some questions. if That's okay.
of course.
I guess my overarching question, I think it's pretty straightforward, is what the genesis of the resolution is. So where's this coming from? Who's pushing this? Is coming from the state level, or is it just our resolution here in our district?
Yeah. Thank you for the question, Trustee Lechtel. Yeah, this is not specific to our district. It is a statewide issue. And it really has to do more with a lot to do with the process of how decisions are being made in conjunction with the CSUs and the University of California system. And the impact of the decisions that seem to be heading towards a final stage are going to have a very potentially adverse impact on really a whole lot of things that are mentioned in the resolution. So we are one of at least 6 other districts that I know of that have already passed a resolution similar to this. The state chancellor's office, the board of governors passed a resolution. I know the board of governors did not. The league with the trustee board. Thank you for clarifying that. That's really the background on that.
Appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the trustees?
I have a question. It was a little unusual to me. I can understand broad categories like lifelong learning and self-development. How did kinesiology in specific get inserted in there?
So at the heart of the matter is what transfers and what counts for transfer in the CSU and the UC system. And the intent of the legislation, AB 928, really is benign, and it's to streamline transfer for students moving through our system. But the impact on what's being taken out of the transfer pathways, in particular kinesiology, which is primarily our PE classes and has a lot to do with everything to do with how we fund our athletic programs, for example, and we'll have removing that as an curriculum access for transfer is going to have a pretty significant impact on a number of our students, especially student athletes who go on to transfer to four-year institutions. So there's some very specific things that have an impact on our curriculum, and then faculty that are being removed out of the transfer pathway, and kinesiology is one of them. Yeah, thank you. Close. Well, there's other things too, communications, and it's a pretty big issue. The concerns right now really over the process and the limited engagement that the community college segment knows that we've had in making this decision. So hence the resolution.
Thank you. Is there any other questions or comments from the board? Okay. All in favor? And I vote aye as well. Okay. With this, we move to 15.01, action to approve increase to parking fees effective fall 2023. So I'm going to ask the board or the chancellor, should we have a conversation beforehand? Should we do a first and a second and then have the conversation?
It's your preference, Trustee Torres, but having a motion in a second and going into discussion might be the easiest way.
Okay. So is there a first? And this,
Sure. Yeah, I'll move to approve item 1501, action to approve increase parking fees.
thank you, trustee Licht. Is there a second? And this is for conversation, for discussion. Okay, hearing that there is not a second, let's have a conversation. Or it dies. The motion dies, but then let's have a discussion.
So the general concern, so I got concerns mostly, actually just from Moore Park, but you've heard from other students, they generally all are the same. At least in sentiment with, I believe, if I remember, Ventura and Oxnard both saying they do not approve of this, and Moore Park did not come to a conclusion. And there's a variety of different reasons, but one of the main ones really is that they want to know where the money is going more so. Well, it just like I've had these questions answered for me, but they want a more in-depth, comprehensive look at where the money going, because we contrast that with the student health fees, which seems to be a resounding approval across all the ASGs, is that they know directly that's going to affect students right away and it's going to help, but it doesn't. It seems like they want to know where the money's going, and it's also like one of the comments I got was, if we've lost students on campus, why are we raising the fees per se? What's the use there? You know? And also, if we lost students, then that means less people are parking, which means the parking lots aren't going to be as torn up. So.
Thank you, student trustee. Is there any other comments from the board members?
Trustee Torres, you'll recall that our administrative services committee meeting, we had quite a bit of dialogue about this topic and about the calculation of the fee, the amount of the fee, which is an increase of approximately 20%. And these numbers we have in front of us are not annual numbers, they're per semester numbers. And again, it on the face of it would certainly appear to be a disincentive for trying to bring back students for more of a larger share of classes being in person, but also at a time when I don't think a day goes by, but in some industry sector, we're all experiencing an increase in costs. And contemplate with what we have to contemplate in our next agenda item, which has very different underpinnings. This may be an opportunity for us to cut our students a little bit of slack, recognizing that revenue is important. I think there were some questions at the ASC meeting about how much revenue was needed rather than just doing the implicit price deflator calculation and taking it to that level. And for that particular reason, and because I think we could probably find creative ways to help pay for our very critical and important police services. Maybe not only from on the back of parking fees, that we first look at doing something incremental, which is why my preference would be to make a motion to adjust these fees at 50% of what is proposed. And then let's take a look at what the outcomes are budgetarily.
Thank you, trustee Mantu. Yes, student trustee.
Do you mean 50%, like only adding $6 more to the current? Because the difference right now is 12, or do you mean slashing it by 50%?
The former.
I assume that Dr. Alphatal can give us a breakdown as to what the result would be if we only raised it by $6. So I'd be curious to hear that.
Well, okay, so, by the way, Oxnard College, if I heard her correctly and I took a note correctly, did say increase it by $6. The others, didn't, I think one said no, one of the student groups, and the other, just had a lot of questions about it, wanting to know more information and so on. If our estimate, looking at pre-COVID times, this $12 increase, we're estimating if half come back, if we collect half of the money, it'd be $125,000 a year. So it'd be half of that, not necessarily a lot of money, but I have some other information I would like to share, process and numbers and so on. The board item does talk about how much money has been lost, how much money hasn't been available for police services. So let me just make a few broad comments. To run our campus police department with just their normal operations, with the number of budgeted staff that are available and so on, not counting, well, counting the raises that have occurred over the last couple of years, but not counting the 4% increase that's coming in July 1st, plus whatever health and welfare benefits, et cetera. It's $3 million is the 21-22 actual budget for police services, $3 million. For parking lot improvement, meaning fixing potholes, slurry sealing, et cetera, whatever work needs to be done in parking, $200,000 was the budget for, actually the budget for this year. We did not spend any money last year. So that's just a little bit of scope. Let me go a little bit further if I may. So I'm going to go back over a few years, in 17-18, so 2017-18, the police department has never been fully funded from parking. So the general fund has always contributed to police services. It's always running a deficit, and that's just how it is. It's that way statewide. It's not just at this district. So in 17-18, through our district-wide services budget, which is where that bucket of money is, to pay to fully fund police services, the district fund contributed $654,768. Now I have the dollars, but I'm going to round just for sake of convenience, expediency. 18-19, it was 735,000. 19-20, it was 1,164,000. So these are general fund dollars going to fund police services because there's not enough money to pay for those folks. 2021, about the same, 1.237 million. 21-22, 1.8 million. This year, 22-23, 1.836 million. And next year, the budget, $2.7 million coming from the general fund to help fund police services to offset parking, et cetera. Now, the corollary to all of that, and I won't go through all of the years, but 17-18, the first year I mentioned, so the general fund supported $650,000. Student fees that were generated were 1.8 million through parking. In 18-19, 1.7. This year, 800,000. So the student parking fees have gone down while the costs remain the same. And so those comments were made. So the cost for employees, police service employees, the costs are the same, the expenses are the same, and or they keep going up because of changes in salary and changes in health and welfare benefits. So it's And by the way, part of those large dollars that the general fund contributed, there was also in 2021 and 21-22 large amounts of money that her funding was able to cover those lost revenues from parking. Wasn't able to all of the stimulus funds for all of the years, but in those particular years, there was a substantial amount of money. By recollection, 800,000 or, some, and maybe 450,000 to do that. So the issue for police services, any amount that we can help defray by the police are there to protect students and to serve students, et cetera. Any money that we can help defray the general fund costs, that's why these fees do exist, and they also exist for parking lot. So because of our unique circumstances, about 75% of the parking lot fees pay for police services operations. So their budget is $3 million. Whatever amount of money comes out of parking fees, 75%, we allocate. We don't have to do 75, we can do 80, we can do 50, but to cover those costs, we allocate that to the operation of police services and the rest for parking lot. I think that broadly talks about that. And I just would comment to one other thing, and others I'm sure could comment more eloquently than I. In terms of some of the feedback from students were, well, what are we getting? And we don't see the police and so on. The police are there. They have foot patrol. They cover events. They're there regularly. There's never enough officers, just like there's never enough of all of us to do the work that needs to be done. But the police are there. And so funding them isn't a matter of we're going to have more of them. It's just keeping the basic operations running. Then I would also say we are down, as I'm sure some of you know, we have Lieutenant Pilato or Interim Chief Pilato in the back. He's doing double duty. He's been interim chief now for quite some time. Hopefully our new chief, I think, will be joining us relatively soon. That will help with that situation, but we certainly, like a lot of different positions during the last couple of few years, it's been difficult to fill positions at all and fill them timely. So all of that plays out with some of the visibility issues, but certainly they're visible and they do a lot of work. If you look at the annual reports for the work that are done on the college websites, there's plenty of activity that's going on, and they are out there, working with students and helping keep the campus students and employees secure. So that's just broad background of that. And I think that Trustee Mantooth had $6. Oxnard happened to say 6. I'll be happy to answer any questions I might be able to answer.
If I may, we didn't rehearse that number ahead of time.
No, no, no.
But only comment I want to make is I really appreciate your comments, because I don't want to confuse this issue of parking fees that students pay with our value and obligations to our police services. So I'm not saying no to one
I understand.
at the expense of another.
Trustee Chancellor.
Appreciate those comments. Just a couple questions. Did this recommendation to increase parking fees, did the enrollment committee sort of also flush that out or discuss that and how that might impact enrollment? Because that came up a couple times, and I do see a correlation between the two.
So this did not go through the enrollment committee. However, in multiple discussions at all different levels, this topic has come up, and we haven't been charging parking for several years. This hasn't come back since 2019. So the rates were not increased, even though there was always an increase from the implicit price deflator. So that conversation is ongoing. The presidents have been involved in the conversation. Different groups have been involved in the conversation. But enrollment management committee in particular, I don't think this
Okay.
went through.
And then in regards to the solar projects being online,
Yes.
I'm assuming there's some savings there. That's what we approved, right? Could those be the savings on revenue of that, since they are on our parking lots? Is there any flexibility to use those savings to help supplement?
So they're not all online quite yet because there've been some different issues, but I would say this, the money, whatever savings comes from them, the numbers that I mentioned to you that are funding the police from the district-wide services, it's the same idea of money. So savings would flow through the allocation model.
Okay.
And we would make those determinations. It wouldn't be per se, we're going to use this money from savings, but it's sort of in the bigger, in the wider pot.
And then the only other comment I have is, because some of the parking fees go towards maintenance of the parking lots. I know a lot of the wear and tear probably, I'm assuming, at Ventura and Oxnard comes from the swap meets. I know the revenue for that goes into our foundations, but that may be something we want to revisit too, that a portion of the wear and tear from swap meets on Saturday, Sunday can kind of go help support some of the maintenance costs.
Yeah, I wish I could comment. I'm not familiar with that agreement and so on. I haven't looked at it for a long time, but your point's well taken.
Sure. Okay. Well, I appreciate the information and, yeah, I definitely don't support the increase as recommended currently. I think it's too much, but, I could get behind a, compromised recommended increase.
Any other comments from the board members? No? Okay.
So I'm personally conflicted on this one, besides what my fellow students have said. I want to support it, and I almost feel it's the right thing to do because more money is never really a bad thing, but it's where you're getting that money. I do think, though, a healthy compromise could be in order of just the $6, though. But I will say that I will support the full increase if and only if there is available information with detailed outlines of where the money is going available to the students. Something like when you go to pay, it says, hey, click here if you want to see where this money's going or something like that. Just available, clear, and so students know where it's going. So there isn't really confusion. Yeah.
Thank you. I do see that there's a hand that's raised online from our Oxnard College Associated Student Government. And because this is one of the areas that I know they're very interested in, are we able to please hear from her?
Hi, thank you so much. I just wanted to add two more things. While the associate students were discussing during our meeting, there were two things that were very important, which was one of them, the $12 could be 2 meals at Condor Cafe for students, which is a lot, I believe, especially when you're there for a long period of time. And also, one other thing is that most of the students are only there twice a day, maybe 3 times a day. Thank you.
A week, I think she meant.
Thank you.
Yes, a week. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We knew what you meant. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and share my perspective. And so we did have a lengthy conversation, just like Trustee Mantu said, in the Administrative Services Committee. And we were looking into what can we do to support our students, and particularly because for those that are coming in person, we didn't want them to be the ones that carry necessarily the full load because they're choosing to come in person to campus. And so we were trying to think what would be a good compromise. And as a matter of fact, I think in the meeting, we said maybe the district is able to give us some numbers. So there's something that the board can consider. I'm open to a compromise, and I will say to the Associated Student Government from OC, I was open to it because I heard you mention it, because I was very much about really not having our students incur any cost, just because we're so student-centered. And I tried to think of what can we do if we had more classes in person, there would be more students that would be coming, and so perhaps the fee would have been less. And so I didn't want students impacted for scheduling reasons. And I was trying to think what would be the most equitable way that we can be able to be supportive to our students and at the same time be able to have the resources for really the services we need on campus. So I'm also open to a compromise about a $6 increase. That would be a total of $12 a year for the students as opposed to the $24. I don't know if there's any other comments. I know, I think what I was hearing from the board was a compromise also of just having something that came kind of towards the middle. I think I heard from trustee Mantooth, I heard from trustee Chancer. I just want to make sure I'm hearing correctly.
Yeah, since we don't have a motion, I'll make a motion to increase parking fees for fall 2023 from the current semester fee of $58 to a new semester fee of $64. And is there, yeah, what are we doing for summer fee? To $32? That'd be appropriate?
Sounds like it.
I'm seeing
Dr.
some heads
Oka?
nod. Oh, look at that. Thumbs up. Okay.
Okay, is there a second? Okay. Okay, all in favor? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, student trustee, your vote.
Aye.
Thank you. And now all in favor?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well.
Five, 8 to 6, 4.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But yes. Aye. Mhm. Okay, thank you, Ms. Michelle. With this, we move on to 15.02, action to approve the increase to the health fees effective fall 2023. Is there a motion on the floor to approve this? Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there discussion? Student trustee.
The only comments I got about this was just in full approval, but it wasn't even just about the mental health stuff. It's also the fact that the health center provides so many other resources. They provided training to the ASMC, the Moore Parks ASG, on safe zone training, and they did it for free for them. And so there's a lot more benefits than just mental health, but it will significantly help. Or at least I would imagine significantly help with the mental health. So I'm very in support of this.
Any other comments from the trustees? I agree with you. Definitely. I know in our Administrative Services Committee, we talked about mental health, and that's really important. And we heard it from the students. So we're really happy to see the work that's taking place. I know Oxford College was mentioning that they're partnering also with Ventura County Behavioral Health to provide some supports. So it's really nice to hear from the colleges really taking on the leadership role and to provide that support to our students. So we had a first, we had a second, and all in favor? Oh, I am, oh my God, third time.
So you get it.
I'm so sorry, student trustee, and I'm looking at you too.
I'll vote a proudly aye.
Now, all those in favor? It was second by, I want to say trustee Mantooth. You're welcome. Okay. 15.03, action to approve acceptance of fiscal year 2023-24 budget criteria and assumption. So we'll start with discussion. Students, anybody who wants to make a comment, has questions, or would you like to start presenting?
I will ask Budget Officer Zavas to present.
Okay.
All right, good evening. So we're at the time of the year when we're really getting going on the budget development cycle. And we're going over tonight, we've got our budget assumptions, which is really kind of a lot of what we use to build our budget. I'm going to walk through some of the highlights of the document and then, I'll go, and then after that, maybe I can go and take any questions you might have. I want to start with the state budget. So the last couple of years has been extremely unusual. And we have had large surpluses at the state level, and those large surpluses have ended up with significant funding coming our way, which has been wonderful. This year is a little different. The state is assuming a $22.5 billion deficit in there. Fortunately for the community college system, the governor is not proposing any cuts to ongoing funding for our system, which is in a budget with a deficit, actually a really good budget for us. So one of the things, there is some new funding coming our way, but all the new funding is going to fund an 8.13% COLA. So the way the COLA works is that it does apply to the rates in the student-centered funding formula, and then we receive funding based on that outcome. So other state funding is really limited to 0.5% in growth funding. So most districts aren't growing, so that funding likely would end up being used for any potential shortfalls, or also if there's any growth in student-centered funding formula metrics. The growth funding is for the formula as a whole. So if districts are doing better in the student-centered funding formula metrics, the supplemental or the outcome metrics, that growth funding also goes to help fund that. The other thing that's in there is one-time program, which is providing an additional $200 million to the system for enrollment and retention strategies. This has been something they've been looking at and have provided significant funding over the last couple of years for. The one catch with this year is that they're providing this by pulling back our scheduled maintenance money that they provided us in this current year. And they're looking at cutting that by about 25%, which it's a very unusual move. I know there's a lot of pushback from a number of different community college groups saying, well, wait a minute, we've already allocated this money. Campuses have already planned projects based on this money, things along those lines. So we're waiting to see what will end up happening with that potential funding source. But really, that's about all that's in the state budget for community colleges this year. It's a fairly straightforward budget. And really, with the potential deficit that the state's looking for, I would say about as good as we can hope for. As far as our local budget assumptions, we are assuming that we will be funded from the state for our total computational revenue on the stability funding. The last 3 years, we've been funded under emergency conditions allowance, which has kept our enrollment basically artificially at the same level we were pre-pandemic. Now we're looking at the next year being the first year where we're going to feel some of that decline. If you'll remember, in the student-centered funding formula, we're funded on a 3-year average of our credit FTES. So next year we'll see 2 years of that 3-year average will be based on our pre-pandemic numbers, and 1 year will be based on what we actually earn or we actually produce next year for full-time equivalent students. So next year we will see a significant decline in that. However, stability funding works by guaranteeing that we will receive our calculated total computational revenue from this year plus the COLA. So we have a really good idea of what our revenue will be. We do assume a 1% deficit factor. Deficit factors happen fairly regularly with the state, where if the revenue that they projected comes in, or if the revenue they actually receive comes in below what they projected, then there's not sufficient funds to actually provide everything to the system that they said they were going to, and so they just kind of short us. So we build in a 1% deficit factor in order to make sure we don't come up short at the end of the year on our revenues. And we typically check in with that, throughout the year. We're also, for other factors, we do look at our enrollment and assume a flat enrollment This is not a goal for our enrollment. It's just an assumption from our budget standpoint. We do assume that that enrollment will stay flat because we don't want to assume we're going to grow X percent, build a revenue budget on that. And then again, if we miss that target by a couple percent, come in $1 million short on revenue. So that, for example, that gets used when we're estimating like lottery revenue, things along those lines. We are assuming a 4% salary increase next year. That's what was in the recently approved contracts. We're assuming health and welfare benefits will go up by about 8.7%. This is an odd one for anybody who's been following this for a while, but STRS and PERS are staying relatively flat. STRS is actually staying flat at 19.1%, and PERS is going down from 25.36 to 25.2%. We are assuming that we will need to increase the general fund contribution to the police services by approximately $865,000 for next year. So that will come out of district-wide services. And then also from a reserve standpoint, the recent fund balance policy did set aside a contingency reserve of $3 million. We're not anticipating that we will be at that $3 million at the end of this fiscal year. As we get closer to the end of this year, we'll have a better picture of where that looks, where we should end this year at. And as part of our budget development process between tentative and adoption, we will be coming up with a plan to bring our fund balances to the $3 million within the next 3 years. And then the last thing I'll just highlight is the timeline. Like I said, we're starting right now. We're moving forward. Tentative budget has to be approved by the board in June. And then over the month of July and August, we go through and adjust for the final state budget. And in September, we approve the adoption budget.
Are there any questions from the board? Trustee Lichto?
Just clarify, you mentioned that this will be the first year that our funding will be based on 2 years pre-pandemic, plus would it be this year's enrollment, last year's enrollment?
Next year's enrollment.
Next year's enrollment?
Yeah, so it's your current year plus 2 prior years.
Okay.
So in this year, we're under emergency conditions, and we were also under emergency conditions the 2 prior years. So the 3-year average is actually the same number.
So it's going to be next year, and which 2 years? Will it be 22, 23, and
It'll be
20?
the same number. It'll be the same number for both years because both of those are under emergency conditions.
Got it.
So it'll be 2 years of our 1920 number, our 1920 FTES plus, and then that averaged with our 23, 24.
And what does that amount of dollars represent compared to actual? So the amount of money that we're going to receive compared to the actual, if we were held to the standard that we would have been held to 5 years ago or without a pandemic.
It's significantly higher. I'd have to rerun the calculations to get an exact number for something like that.
Do we have an estimate?
Well, I'll respond this way and James can jump in if I misspeak. I believe that we have presented to the board that the emergency conditions allowance is one way of looking at it is about $6 million annually, somewhere 6 to something else. I don't know that that answers your question directly, but it's a good indicator that we're making substantially more money than if we were looking at our actual FTEs. We would be making less
Right.
if we counted actual.
And so the purpose of my question really is to kind of project forward 2 years from now, when we're no longer receiving the emergency financing. And so we could be looking at a cliff of $6, maybe more $1 million.
I'll let James get into that detail. Oh, unless Rick wanted to.
I see everybody's passing the buck, so you're on.
Oh, I'm happy to answer that question.
I like your enthusiasm.
So no, so you are right that we are looking at our enrollments potential, or as that 3-year average kicks in, that we are looking at potential changes in our funding because of that. I don't believe that there is a cliff necessarily, so to speak. We are looking at, so I am running projections relatively regularly, looking forward 2, 3 years, 4 years. The further out you go, the more wild and guessing you're getting. But looking a couple years into the future, we're not necessarily looking at revenue declines so much as our revenue starts to stagnate, depending on different enrollment scenarios. The other thing that we have going for us is in 24, 25, they set the, there's a provision in the state funding formula that will create a funding floor, in which case in that particular year, whatever we earn in our total computational revenue will become a minimum revenue we will receive in any future year. So that's something that we are talking about right now with all of the campuses. We are looking at our enrollment projections and doing our best to prepare and look ahead to any of those potential concerns.
Additional safety net or a future safety net for the community college system?
Yeah, so currently there is another safety net. When they implemented the student-centered funding formula, they had, there's a provision that holds all community colleges harmless as compared to the old formula. Basically, they said your total computational revenue from 2017-18 would be increased by COLA every year. That's going to go away and it's being replaced by a funding floor. The downside to the funding floor, which is far better than, you know, that just the hold harmless falling away, but the downside to it is that that does not receive COLA in any future years. So essentially your revenues, if you were under that floor, would stagnate. Based on the projections I have currently, and these are very early as we're starting to look at revenues, but I don't see us being underneath that floor in any year. Again, depending on enrollments, depending on future COLAs, there's a lot of moving parts.
Go ahead.
And my only comment would be, while we feel fine today, based on James' description of things, every year is different. Who knows what tomorrow brings? We know there've been a couple of bank failures in the last few days, and who knows what tomorrow brings? So we have to adjust accordingly based on the information that comes forward.
Agreed. And so though I do agree with the idea of maintaining for your projections the enrollment at current levels. Do we have an indication that that will be the case, or do we anticipate that our enrollment will increase slightly? Because to state the obvious, the best way to raise revenue would be to enroll more students. So I know efforts are going in that direction. Are we seeing the fruit of that labor? Do we anticipate more students next year?
Yes, so spring is up compared to where we were in fall, and compared and year over year we are up currently. And we're looking to see kind of where that will go. You know, like I said, for budget projections, we'll likely be projecting flat just in order to be at its most conservative. I typically like to do at least a secondary projection that says, you know, or if we're able to grow, here's what that looks like, just so we can kind of get a range that we're looking at. But as far as our main projections, we typically would project flat in order to make sure that, you know, we're being reasonable and not, you know, counting our chickens before they're hatched.
And then the last comment, then I'll pass it on to one of my other board members, and that this may be a question you may not be able to answer tonight, but I know that the state typically employs a strategy of holding back deferred maintenance funds, which in the short term isn't too painful. In the long run, it could be catastrophic. So maybe at a future board meeting, if it's appropriate, we could get some information as to how that $213 million of deferred maintenance is going to affect us long term. I know that during the rains, we had to close campuses for a couple of days. You know, those types of things come to mind when those dollars are being lost, and the potential impact it could have on, at the end of the day, student learning, which is why we're here.
Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Lichtel. Any other board member who wants to make a comment? Trustee Chancellor?
One of the assumptions made was the 1%, called it the,
deficit factor.
yeah. So is that still in play even with the rainy day fund at the state level? Because that's kind of a newer, it still is. And that's
Yes.
something we do or all community colleges kind of.
So every community college has their own budgeting methodology. Here, what we've worked through with DCAS and kind of with our fiscal teams is we're calculating what we think we're going to get. And then we say, okay, if the state comes up short, we're going to assume it's a 1% deficit factor. That's looking back over a number of years of what actual deficit factors have been. They tend to be around, a third of a percent, or I'm sorry, 2/3 of a percent, 0.75, 0.5, 0.8, somewhere in that ballpark. So a 1% deficit factor is a fairly reasonable estimate, just in case the state does end up coming up short, which they like to do. The rainy day fund that they have, typically when they're looking at whether or not they're going to use that, they're making that decision now for whether or not they're going to tap into the rainy day fund for next year in order to close any potential deficits in their budget. The deficit factor kind of comes on the back end of that when, even with tapping into the rainy day fund, they end up coming up short.
Okay. Trustee Lichtel?
But I'm back. I got just a couple more questions, and I think these are pretty straightforward, actually. So I noticed that we're budgeting an 8.7% increase to health and welfare costs. And as you mentioned, STRS and PERS is pretty stagnant at this point. So is that an actual increase that we have budgeted based on our actual costs, what we're expecting our costs to be? Is that an estimate? Is it possible that'll be maybe a 2% increase instead of an 8.7% increase?
It's unlikely that it would be a 2% increase at this point in time. So our health and welfare benefits go from January through December. So we know what our rates are going to be for the first for the first 6 months of the year. And then we have a consultant who we work with on all of our benefit costs, and she helps us analyze different costs, things along those lines. And I've worked with her in order to develop an estimate on where she thinks, based on historic plan increases, things are likely to go in the next year. So that's looking at 6 months of what we know and 6 months of projection based on our best available information at this point. Typically, we know in July what those rates for the next January through June will be. So we typically can true this up at adoption. But as of right now, it's basically 6 months of what we know and 6 months of projection.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from the trustees? Okay, so now it's my turn. So the assumptions, this is such a critical document because this is what's going to really drive our budget. And so one of the things I heard tonight, and I know that trustee Bettis, right before he left, he wanted to make sure that I also mentioned it, was the faculty obligation numbers. And really looking into that in terms of our budget and what has the district looked into, thoughts, because that's an area of also of interest to the board. And I know that in the assumptions, this particular document, for example, we have listed police services. We list the areas that we're going to be allocating our funds. And once this is approved, the budget, this drives the whole rest of the budget. So is there something you can share? Oh, yes, Dr. El-Fatah.
So the comment that was made earlier, I had sent an email earlier today to the faculty union, and what you had heard was an excerpt from my email, but you didn't hear the whole email. So I will just mention the faculty obligation number is a number that we look at annually, right? It's an important number. And so we started discussions at DCAS and Chancellor's Cabinet in December of this year. And we provided, spreadsheets of here's what the numbers look like for this year, for the 3 years, right? So at that time, and this is a statewide issue because of emergency condition allowance and so on. The number, because as James just explained, we have this elevated artificial FCS number from the emergency conditions allowance, and that ties in with FON, how the FON works, the FON calculation is. So it's high, but as the enrollment starts declining over this 3-year average over time, as James described, it begins to get low. So the faculty obligation is artificially high for next year. So we had a discussion. This discussion is going on statewide. All the districts are. There's all kinds of, email chains and so on going on about that. So in the discussions, and the decision point is, do you pay a penalty for being under the FON? And the penalty is about $95,000 for each faculty you're under the FON. Do you pay the penalty because it's going to be so reduced in the 2 outgoing years that you would, if you hire to meet your number, you're going to be way higher elevated in the outgoing years, right? So that's the decision. Do you do that? So what happened in our discussions, the presidents, the determination was presidents hire faculty based on the faculty prioritizations that have happened on your campuses, because now's the time to do it, December, January, February, etc. We know you've gone through the process and so on. Hire based on programmatic needs, right? Not just replacing folks who retire and so on. So hire based on what you need to do, what the right thing to do is for the institution. And so at this point, each campus has net positive hires on faculty. So we're to the tune of about 10 additional faculty. We think we're in good shape to mitigate any potential shortfall. A potential shortfall may not be a shortfall. So at this stage, we think we're in a good shape. However, there are variables. Maybe all of the faculty that have been authorized don't. Maybe they interview and we don't fill a position. The number changes at the state during the second progress payment. So there still are issues, but we feel we're in good shape right now based on the hiring that has happened, the hiring that has been authorized over the last couple of months. And we will make adjustments and bring them forward when we bring the adoption budget forward as all of those different pieces of information play out. So that's my update. So I don't know. It's just an operational issue. It's a variable to deal with like everything else, but it certainly will get built into the budget as we need to build it into the budget.
Okay. When do we anticipate the next update to be provided to the board on the budget? Just so it can be pointed out, and just as the budget is being developed, we can see it. If you have an idea.
Well, the tentative budget will come in June, so I think there's a meeting before that. James, you have any comment about the FON, when the next update might be available?
As it relates to the FON, the next update would probably be in July. And that's because we won't know until around June what happens with P2, and that would finalize where our FON lands at that point. And that normally gets released around June 27th.
Released from the state.
Released by the state from around June 27th. So we won't know that final number of what our faculty obligation number is until then. And also at that point, we should have a pretty good idea about faculty recruitments, which ones were successful, how many net new faculty are we adding, things like that. So we should be able to bring an update regarding the FON around July, and whatever's in that will get built into the adoption budget. As far as the rest of the budget goes, typically we have brought the budget in. Trying to remember here, I think we've normally tried to bring the tentative budget, if we can, to some sort of a board, either the May board meeting or well, not the May board meeting, like if there is a study session, we've tried to bring them for that. Otherwise, it pretty much shows up at your June board meeting for the tentative. we can provide additional updates, just progress updates, but we won't have all the numbers from the chancellor, from each of the campuses really pulled together until June, but we can do our best to kind of provide at least some progress updates if that's, something that the board wants.
Thank you. Yep. Trustee Little.
Learned a new term today, fawn. Thank you for that. I'm looking at the fawn report for the fall of 2023 estimate. And I just want to make sure I'm reading this right. So clarification, I know you don't have it in front of you, but you're probably good enough to be able to interpret. It says for Ventura, our fall 2022 compliance fawn was 413.8. So that's what we were expected to hold or to have on staff. And what we reported was 436.6. So if I read that right, we're a net plus 23
Correct.
staff members,
Correct. Faculty members.
faculty members. Thank you.
That count on that calculation, yes.
Okay. So those are certificated staff, correct?
Not all. but
no?
Yeah, a large subset.
Okay. And then for the fall 2023 advanced fawn, is that our projection?
That is the state's initial estimate.
Okay, which puts us at 449.
Correct.
Okay. So I appreciate the clarification as I'm learning this a radically different system.
Thank you. Yep. So any other questions or comments before we move to making a motion? We do have, it is an action item. Action to approve the acceptance of the budget and criteria.
Just had one more question. It comes from, actually talked about it a little bit, the Oxnard College Innovation Plan. What was that? Was that what we're calling it? Major Initiative Plan. On the guiding principles of this item, the budget criteria, bullet 4 says provides resources and support for high quality, innovative instructional programs and services to students, which I know is occurring at all of our 3 colleges and district every single day. But does this budget that we're eventually going to receive and approve, does it provide for something above and beyond what we are currently doing? So if there was another Oxnard College plan that another college wanted to implement, or if Oxnard came up with another one, or Ventura, Moore Park, you guys get going, that there was an easier way for them to access funds to try something above and beyond. And I don't think our budget has that beyond reserves now. And that process was messy for Oxnard College to get the funds to do that. And I know at the board level, we expressed an interest moving forward that our colleges would have access in a more streamlined way to do just that. So I'm wondering if now is the time to discuss that. And I know, not to put you on the spot, Chancellor, but I remember in your interview, you even expressed, a past practice of doing that maybe in your previous roles at different colleges. So I'm just wondering is this the time to set that up and have that in place? Because I know when we get the tentative budget and adopted budget, it's too late. So when and where would we potentially see that? And I hope my question was clear.
Try to answer that. So this as a budget principle is talking about providing the resources that we need to do what we do, primarily in instruction, but it's the services that students receive in support of the programs that we offer. Bringing that up, it actually is something that maybe we should consider. I don't know if we're quite there yet from a strategic planning perspective, but for everybody else, what Trustee Chancellor is referring to is for lack of a better term, an innovation fund, something that some institutions, colleges, or districts will have that usually there's a competitive process or a vetted process, I would say, that and the principles are there's principles embedded in that as well, that it's there's some risk taking involved in terms of trying something new. It could be a principle of increasing enrollment at a particular institution. But it's really about entrepreneurship and innovation. And in a sense, that's the major initiative process as I've seen it here does take us through that, but it's not defined. It really gets defined by the way it comes to the board from wherever the major initiative, in this last case from Oxnard College. So no, I think it's a good idea. I've done it in the past and had success with it to spur some creativity around. Another principle could be cost saving, that there's a significant, as it's being evaluated for approval through whatever process, that, enrollment could be a principle, cost saving could be a principle, service to the community could be a principle, diversity could be a principle. I mean, you could go on and on what you want to reward, but to have a pot of money that that the institutions, that the district would have access to promote board goals around those things. So, yeah, it's a good question. That's not what this is, though. That principle is really more about how we support our instructional and our student services throughout the district, that they're at the highest quality. It's, yeah, I know the word innovative instructional programs, and I think that's getting at making sure that our curriculum is not stagnant and that it's relevant to the time or the business and industry needs or transfer purposes that we have. So, but good question.
So on that innovation concept that you just described, where would we see the language and then backed up the dollars eventually? I'm not saying we're going to push a button and make that happen tonight, but I'm saying eventually where would that show up? Would it be under this? It sounds like it wouldn't be under the budget criteria and assumptions item. It might, but I'm wondering where it would show up.
You mean as a guiding principle?
Chancellor.
Somewhere to
in the-
get behind. Yeah.
I think I might be able to
Okay,
answer
go
the
ahead.
question. I think that if that was something that we were to establish, I think it would be something similar to what happened in 2012 when they established the infrastructure model. We have a need, here's the plan, here's what we're doing with it. And it kind of creates it would actually probably create another document. I don't think it would show up in any of the existing documents other than, as a reference to something else.
Okay, I see Dr. Fatal wants to share something.
Like Chancellor McLennan, I have established a student completion fund or President's Innovation Fund prior to my time here. But in alignment with what James said, yes, part of the budget. So through the allocation model, maybe it's $1 million a year. It goes into a fund and it's available for people to access. I will mention just conversation that has gone on about this topic for the last year or so. At public meetings and elsewhere, the college's perspective on this particular topic has been, why take money away from us to prevent us from doing innovation, just to ask to have it back, right? I mean, that's a concept that, is being discussed and has been discussed. And then also, the Enrollment Management Committee is doing great work putting the rubrics and metrics together to how do you allocate funds, if there are funds, whether it comes from district-wide, whether it sits in another fund, which is, I think, what you're describing, Trustee Chancellor. So there's a lot of work going on in that. We're just not quite there, I think, at this point. And
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so there are a couple of other items that we need to cover. So we do need to take action on this particular item.
Perez?
Yes, Trustee Lichtel.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that the board approve and accept the fiscal year 2023-24 budget criteria and assumptions as submitted.
Second, I think we've had discussion, so we're ready for a vote. Student trustee.
Aye.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everybody. I know that it was a lengthy discussion, but it was so needed to just make us feel comfortable with the assumptions. So thank you very, very much. So with this, we move on to item 15.04, and we are now going to look at our district-wide resource budget allocation model for 2023-24.
Mr. Zavas, would you mind walking us through that a little bit?
Okay, so this is, I believe, one of our Dr. Clarks earlier said, this is the third year that we are in with this allocation model. This year, there are no significant changes compared to last year. So this model is essentially what we use to take the revenue that we project based on our assumptions, and how we're going to then allocate it to each campus in order for them to go through their budget development processes, and allocate the funds based on the needs of those individual campuses. So does anybody, I think with this one, you know, I can do a quick walkthrough if that's the will of the board, but otherwise I think, you know, I can just take questions on this. Okay, we're gonna go for Reader's Digest. Okay, so our allocation model is really broken down into three parts, or three main parts. But I gotta get my brain going there. So it's basically three main parts. The first part is all of our district-wide costs. So first off, district-wide services. These are things like contribution to police services, which has been mentioned a couple of times, our legal bills, our insurance, things along those lines, the things that basically aren't really assignable to any individual campus. So that's your district-wide services. We also take off of that district-wide area the cost of our utilities, and then the cost of operating the district administrative center, which makes up 7.3% of the available revenue. And I feel like I'm forgetting ones. Okay, and then that tells us after we take our total revenue, we take those areas off of the top. After that, we then go into the class schedule delivery allocation, which basically says, okay, based on what we have left, we're going to cover the cost of offering our schedule. So based on offering a schedule to cover this many FTES, it's going to cost us this much. We have this many full-time faculty. We're going to cover the cost of all of our full-time faculty, and then whatever's left to cover the unmet need in terms of how many full-time equivalent faculty we need versus how many we have. We allocate funds in that area to cover the cost of those faculty as well. So we've taken from our total revenue, all of our district-wide costs, and then all of the costs that it takes to deliver our class schedule. And then the remainder of the funds that can be allocated then get allocated through what is a local process that was designed to mirror the student-centered funding formula. So 70% of what's remaining after those first two sections gets allocated based on the total FTES at each individual college. 20% gets allocated based on the number of Pell, California Community College Grant, and AB 540 students. And then the remaining 10% gets allocated based on each individual college's success metrics as they're designed in the student-centered funding plan. I think that's the Reader's Digest version of the allocation model. We are in the third year of that, so we are phasing in from what our old model was. So this year, 50% of the impact as it's compared to our old model, which was heavily FTES driven, to this newer model, which takes a lot more into it.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, Trustee Chancellor?
Yeah, for me, it's been discussed kind of year after year. Previous trustee McKay, we'd bring this up, but it definitely aligns with the sustainability resolution, and that's on page 295, where the district support covers utilities for the three colleges. I understand the reasoning behind it, but I do see a way moving forward that the colleges are responsible for their utilities, almost having a baseline of what they've used for the last 3 years or something. That way they're incentivized to use less utilities. Because as of now, there's the belief or the concept is that the district covers it. And I think there's some, there potentially could be an area of growth and some conservation there. So that's a major concern of mine, and I'd like to see that the colleges and their ways kind of get behind them.
Thank you. Any other comments? One of the questions that or comments that I made actually during the District Administrative Services Committee was the trustee, getting late, was how does this look like with some of our courses being out online and students taking classes online in the different colleges? And that's definitely something to maybe consider. But from what I heard tonight, it seems like the colleges are really working towards bringing more of the in-person classes. So with more of the in-person classes, then I can see the budget allocation staying really the way it has been. But one of the questions that I definitely did have a concern was, now with so many online and we have this budget allocation, if we're basing it on where the student decided to make their home college, but they're taking classes at another college, what does that look like and how does the impact look in terms of the budget? So that was one of the just comments that I made during our meeting. So I'm really excited and happy to hear that the colleges are moving forward into really bringing in more of the in-person along with the online to give students that opportunity to enroll where they need to be. I kind of, my questions were addressed in the Administrative Services Committee, so I don't have any additional comments to really make at this point. So if there are no comments or questions from the board, is there someone that would like to make a motion to approve and accept the district resource budget allocation model?
Chair Torres, I will make that motion.
Thank you. Trustee Mantooth, is there a second? Thank you, Trustee Lichtel. Student trustee?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. With this, we move to item 15.05, action to approve the fiscal year 2023-24 infrastructure funding model. You're on.
Mr. Zoff.
Thank you very much.
Great, here we go. The infrastructure funding model, this is the last piece of our budget models that we have coming forward tonight. This model was established back in 2012 in order to address the total cost of ownership. So this is something that we use in order to make sure we have sufficient funds to cover all of our maintenance on campuses. It also covers any program review requests that go through campus processes. It covers a lot of our equipment our equipment and technology requests, refreshes. It's there to cover, when the state does occasionally provide insufficient amount of money for deferred maintenance, but in times when the state budget is not very good, that is the first thing that goes out the window. So regularly the deferred maintenance money will get deferred for a few years before they give us any money for the next couple of years. So this is kind of something that we have here that does provide so that we're able to keep our roofs from leaking and kind of keep all of those things up. It's also something we use in order to cover a lot of all of our major projects. Construction costs are going through the roof. So this is something that, having money set aside in this fund is something that can help with a lot of that as well. As we go to do projects, they're getting more and more expensive. So anyway, no changes to the model this year. So I believe, I can just answer any questions if anybody has any on the model.
Trustees, any comments, questions? Okay. I just want to say I appreciate the presentation. I know when we had, I call it our retreat, I think it was Jennifer Clark, and I'm not sure if she's here. She made a comment about how much they really appreciate really having this fund, because there's some costs that are at the college level that sometimes we don't know, but it's really nice to be able to have this for them in case of an emergency or anything that they need in terms of really just more classrooms, renovations. So I'm in support. So is there someone who'd like to make a motion to accept action to approve the infrastructure and funding model? Thank you.
I'll motion to approve.
And I'll second.
Student trustee, your vote?
Aye.
All those in favor? And I vote aye as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. So with this, we move to action item 16.01. Action to approve board resolution 2023-0314 layoff of permanent classified employees.
Trustee Torres,
Trustee Lichtel,
I motion that we approve the board resolution to lay off permanent classified employees as submitted by staff.
is there a second? Okay, given that, okay.
I have a question.
Student trustee,
Could I get a quick rundown of what this is real quick? Like a summary?
So, student trustee, prior to 2022, we had different criteria used in the layoff of classified employees. The law changed in 2022. And so now if we identify positions, either because of lack of work or lack of funds, any employee that's in one of those classifications requires a March 15th notice. Throughout the year, we've been talking at cabinet about this deadline that has quickly come upon us, that the campuses reviewed their personnel, the work that was being completed, and have identified those three classifications as the ones being brought to the board because of for layoff because of lack of work. And so that's the item that's here before you.
any questions or comments or discussion from the board members? Okay. So I think given that we have a first and a second, student trustee. All those in favor? All those against? Okay. And I vote in support as well. So with this, we move on. Well, there's nothing for institutional effectiveness for 17.01. So we are now going to the chancellor's report.
I have no further report this evening beyond those contained and sent to the board as part of the packet. Thank you.
Thank you. And so we are now moving to Board of Trustees. Oh, is there one for the, oh, it's coming up. Is there any requests for reports from the Board of Trustees? Okay, sounds like there isn't any. So then we move on now to 20.01 trustee reports. Trustee Lichton, if you'd like to start.
Would anyone else like to start? Okay. Well, thank you for that. I do want to report first and foremost that next month meeting, I'll be in Washington, D.C. with 68th graders from throughout the Conejo Valley Unified School District. And that's something I've done annually for, I think, 15 years now. And so I will be available to Zoom into the meeting as long as that's permissible and acceptable. So I look forward to that. I do want to welcome our new employees under action item or under item 4.01, as well as wishing our retirees the very best. So we have folks that are joining our organization and those that have put in their time and have moved out or moving out. I wish them all the very best. And also want to mention congratulations to Deborah Brackley and all of the nominees for classified employee of the year. Obviously, a very high honor. I do want to mention that I had several questions, quite a few, mostly related to parking and other issues as well that were responded to by staff, and I appreciated those responses. They were timely and extremely effective and very much appreciated. I want to thank Lieutenant Polado in the back there, who I just learned tonight is serving as our interim chief. So thank you to him. It looks like he's gone, so maybe I should retract my thank yous. And then thank you to Mr. Zavas back there for the detailed report this evening related to all the budget items. Really very much appreciated.
Thank you, Trustee Lickton. Trustee Mantu?
Just mentioned two events recently. I had an opportunity to attend a mixer at the East Campus with the Chamber of Commerce that was put on or hosted by the Ventura College Foundation, which I thought was a very positive experience. A lot of good energy in the room about the commitment and the future of the East Campus and what they hope to be able to do for our students, not only now, but going forward. That was on March 2nd. And then as Dr. Caruth mentioned, and Dr. Kobian, yesterday I was able to attend the Oxnard College Academic Senate and listen to a heck of a lot of dedicated, passionate people that give of their time well beyond their normal day jobs, if you will. And one thing I just have to mention, because this is true of gatherings like at the East Campus also, but Dr. Kobian informed us of the upcoming Oxnard College Family Festival, which will be held on May 7th from noon to 4 p.m. And why I think that might be really significant is evidently in its inaugural year, they expected about 200 attendees. There were 2,000. And this speaks about the community, about the interest in the college and the opportunity, not only for future students, but their parents and their grandparents and members of the community to see and feel the college and embrace that experience and opportunity. And I would encourage all the trustees to mark that date on your calendars. That's it for now.
Thank you, Trustee Mantu. Student trustee. You don't have any reports? Trustee Chancellor.
Yeah, very, very briefly, I just want to shout out and a thank you to Oxnard College. Number of my students been out to Oxnard College numerous times this year, and they always come back really excited and grateful for even the visits, the introductions, but also the food. So that makes a big difference. I'm telling you, to high school kids. So and I know a colleague of mine at Frontier High School is very grateful that Ventura College is providing the funding for a bus to visit EOPS and to be touring Ventura College. And a shout out to Moore Park College. I'm hoping to attend an astronomy lecture about the upcoming solar eclipse. So more than giving a shout out to that, I just really like however the marketing is, where I'm receiving these emails and being informed as not a student, but just a community member to go and to hear these things is really cool. So there's a lot of experts at all of our three colleges. And in your report, you also mentioned the success having with the texting back and forth to recover student fees. So that's really exciting to hear as well. It's a positive resolution to an uncomfortable situation at times. So that concludes my trustee report. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chancellor. I think for me, it's been really exciting just going to different events and just seeing the presence of the colleges. And you have a table there and just speaking to different, whether it's students, whether it's educators, whether it's community members, just coming over and say, oh my God, I'm loving my class. And that just really warms my heart. And it speaks so highly of who we are as the district. And it's not so much taking the classes, it's that relationship that they have with everyone, with their professors, from Classified when they need some support with financial aid, from just the culture of the campus. And so that really makes me so proud to be able to be in this position. It's such an honor to be able to represent the hard work that everybody's doing. It's noticed, and we're getting known. Like, we are getting known. Like, they're talking about our colleges. People are excited. I mean, my whole campus, you will see Oxnard College everywhere because we're literally just a few miles away from the college, and our teachers are wearing like the hats. And we want to do a next visit to the other colleges because we have to go to the Moore Park Zoo and you have to go like to Ventura College. And it's so wonderful to see that. So for me, it's been so exciting and so rewarding to see really the fruit of all of the work that you do and the partnerships that you're doing with all of our different community members from each one of your communities. So thank you for all of your hard work. It's so appreciated. With this, we have our evaluation to do for tonight. I have nothing but positive things. I know I should go last, but I'm going to go first. And the reason I do that is because I could have not led this meeting without the whole support of us together coming as a board. And that to me just warms and touches my heart when if our chair needs to step away, I'm taking over and I'm like, okay, let me take over. But I do so confidently knowing that there's the entire support of the board coming together. And of course, I said my prayer right before I started. And so in essence, I wanted to say thank you. And I feel that we covered the process. It was so beautiful because there were items that at times required discussion. But it was beautiful because at the end we discussed and then we came together to a decision that everybody felt comfortable with and everybody was heard. And we came together, solidify as a team. And so that was very beautiful for me to watch and to hear from the staff as well. I'm not going to, Trustee Lictor did such a beautiful job in thanking the staff that I just want to say I echo exactly the same sentiment to everyone. I want to say, particularly in this meeting, as we were dialoguing, the dialogue, I appreciated so much. Immediately the staff saying, oh, we can just incorporate this in a policy. Oh, we can do it this way. That was really beautiful to see. Also from Laura coming prepared and saying, I have a different recommendation that maybe we can introduce. So I felt that in terms of what we needed to do, all of that worked well. What could be improved? I really think we did a really good job. I love that students were part of the conversation, and we had a pretty hefty agenda tonight. And I think we're finishing a little bit before 11. It's not too bad. Is there another trustee that's ready to share their comment?
Sometime. I have a plus and a possible minus.
Okay.
And the big plus for me was the well-deserved recognition of our classified staff and their invaluable contributions, because it's all about the whole pie. I saw evidence of that at the Academic Senate yesterday at Oxnard as well. And I see that as a common thread, and it's very refreshing because it's not always the case in other educational environments I've been in. In terms of what could be improved, I'm going to suggest that maybe we encourage more non-Board of Trustees input through the public comments process. Now that sounds like I'm asking to extend meetings by doing that, but I'm actually not, because I think we need to be mindful that our Board of Trustees meeting is, in a sense, it's a business meeting. It's a meeting for us. It's in public, but it's not the public's meeting. It's our meeting. And we need to always be a little bit mindful of that, as opposed to wanting it to become as much value as we can see from it, a town hall. So maybe some of the things that we call upon people to say, if they thought about bringing them up in public comments, and then we keep our discussions more to ourselves, I think that will do something about meeting length. And that will still give people the opportunity to be heard, because that comes up front at the beginning of the meeting. And it still gives trustees the ability to reflect on what they've heard, even though it comes in the same evening. I know that is not necessarily the culture that we have here, but I have had a concern since I came on the board at the length of time that we do spend in these meetings and the kind of meeting that we run. So take it and think about it.
Thank you, Trustee Mantu. Trustee Chancellor?
No, I thought it was a good meeting, and I think one thing that would help is as questions that we ask before the meeting as trustees, that the response goes to all trustees. So we're all kind of on, can get that information ahead of us. And one thing I would like is to formalize board items a little bit. So when they, so take, for example, any board item that every time there's a very brief introduction of that item by staff. And then it goes into, if there's any clarifying questions, then there's a motion, and then there's discussion. I think if staff had an opportunity for each item to very briefly give a synopsis and why this is coming to us, that might eliminate some of the questions and save some time too. I've seen other boards do that where every item, the chancellor himself or herself, and then it is passed to a particular individual and introduced, and it moves a bit, perhaps a bit quicker. So that would be something, because sometimes we seem to go back and forth. Are we talking about it here? Are we going to talk about it after, in the middle? So that's just a suggestion I would make.
Thank you, Trustee Chancellor. Student trustee?
I think we did really well tonight. I will say we were a little bit long, but I did feel it was kind of needed tonight. But other than that, I did think we got a little off topic on a little things, but I will say I don't think that's a minus. I think that was actually very informative, and I'm glad that we were able to talk a little bit more off topic. It related, but other than that, I think the biggest thing was really the consideration towards students, and I think that's amazing. And every meeting, I feel more and more love towards the students, and I think that's nice to see.
I completely agree. It's all about them.
That's awesome.
So we're all here. Thank you. Trustee Lichto.
Yeah, thank you. Under the communication, I would say that the meeting is generally well run, and I think that enhances communication. So I want to thank both Chair Perez and yourself, Ms. Torres, for doing a nice job and stepping in a pinch. That's what number twos do, and you did it well. I thought process-wise, I think the board is very transparent in how we're operating, and I do appreciate that. I thought we were relatively focused tonight. So I do believe that substituting the coffee back there with some strong, bold Starbucks would be very helpful in that area. I do want to mention that I feel the interactions with staff are always positive and extremely helpful. So I think that's a huge plus. And then from a decision standpoint, I thought what I heard today quite a bit, what I felt today was a lot of compromise. I know that I drew a line in the sand on one item, and we moved on that, and I was happy to support the compromise. Thank you in part to Ms. Barroso, but also to my fellow board members here who were willing to do the same. So I think that's a really, really positive aspect of our operation.
Thank you, Trustee Lichto. Any future board items? Yeah. Okay. With this, we are going to adjourn the meeting, and we're going to adjourn the meeting in memory of Oxnard College PE and kinesiology instructor, Ron Cook. Thank you, everybody. I don't have that to make it officially, but thank you, Rick. Thank you, everybody. Please drive safely, and thank you for your input.
Thank you. Good night.